think about from 1971 to where we are today, in terms of my Volkswagen Beetle, which you might be more familiar with, the Volkswagen Beetle, if the 1971 Volkswagen Beetle today advanced at the same level as the microchips, you could buy this car for 3 cents. It could go 300,000 miles per hour, and one tank of gas would go 3 million miles. And so that's what we're up against as educators. And so I just want that to be your launch pad in thinking about, I really do need, not even if I'm just using Sandra's ideas today, but I really do need to, as an educator, remember that the role of a teacher has shifted so far forward. And if you're not engaging students on the level you want, I think a lot of it rests in how they read, how they talk, how they communicate, and are we mirroring that in our classroom on a weekly basis? And so when we think about teaching in the age of acceleration, how many of you can easily resonate with this? Like somewhere in my district, there is a construction class. They are learning to do this. I know the students are engaged. I know they're learning. And this fits what I think about when I think about a carpentry class, right? How many of you resonate with this? And this is 2 years ago, a community in Georgetown, Texas, where every single home that you see here is not only powered by solar panels that you obviously see, but if you could get down up close, 60 Minutes had done a special on this, that every single one of those homes is made with cement beads from a ginormous 3D printer. And now, is this the future of construction? I don't know. I'm just saying that places all over are living differently and we're working differently. And what are we doing to bring our students into this age in the classroom? And especially, like engaging them in more pertinent processes. And so now we are going to get into breakout session 1. So you've listened to me, and in this whole mindset of the share of that, thinking about the age of acceleration, thinking about going from building homes the traditional method to an entire neighborhood of 3D printed homes. And so I'm going to give you a thought, and I'm going to set this with a figure it out. That's what I call these lessons, like you figure it out. So here's what you need. If you can, as a group, you're going to need a large sheet of paper. And if you are working on your own, just a sheet of paper. And we're going to go into breakout sessions. And then Melissa, am I doing this or are you doing this?
I think Terry or Jody's actually doing it.
Okay. So we're going to go into breakout sessions unless you're in a big group, and you guys, give us some grace. We're adapting, aren't we, Melissa? Here we go. We're jumping in into the pool. And you are going to work on this task. So here's my prompt. Ready? In the future, it is predicted that countries may wage war for water just like we do for oil today. And so my challenge to you, to get you really thinking with others in the call, is I want you to plan for the design of a self-filling water bottle. Now, I put these here. Everybody has their favorite, whether it's a Stanley or an Owala or different brand that you particularly like. But I'm not talking about just like whatever you're sipping your water out of today. What I'm talking about is a self-filling, one that will, when I wake up, there it is. My water bottle is filled. And because water will become a scarcity. So don't lose track of, I'm doing this because water is a scarcity in the future. And what we're going to do is I'm going to say go, and you're going to go into a breakout room. We're going to do Crazy 8, which means I want your group to create 8 ideas or images that fit your design thinking. Okay, so we're going to do design thinking on a self-filling water bottle. We're going to do it through an activity called Crazy Eights. So we're going to give you 8 minutes. You are going to come up with 8 thoughts and designs that can fit together to explain how you would do this. Does everybody understand? So we're going to jump into design thinking, and I'm going to stop sharing. And
Sandra,
yes, ma'am.
there's a question from Scott. Can it be powered?
Can it be powered? It's a good question, Scott. Yes, right? Yes, because power, we're not losing power. Good question.
Alrighty,
Anybody
Sandra,
else
this is
have a clarity question before we go any further? That's a good one, Scott. Thank you.
Alrighty, Sandra, this is Jody. If we did this right, everyone is assigned to some breakout rooms,
Okay.
and they should be grouped up kind of regionally, so they may know some folks. Some of the big groups that are in person that I know of, it's been set up so that you guys can work at your own groups, and then we'll come back and share. So in the main room, we'll monitor if there's a mess up of any breakout rooms. If somebody can't get there, just let us know, and we will do that. And we'll bring you back. We'll send a 2-minute warning. We'll bring you back in about 8 minutes.
8 designs, 8 thinking processes for your design thinking. Self-filling water bottle, go. Are you going to throw me into a group?
Monique, let me find what room you need to go to.
Okay, thank you. I'm trying to, where do I find the breakout rooms?
On the bottom of your screen, there's a menu, and you might have to click that 3 little dots that says more.
Oh,
And
transfer to
then,
meeting room.
yes, but let me find what room you should go into. You should go to room 13.
Okay, there is no menu when I hover over transfer to meeting room, there's no options.
I will put you there.
Okay, thank you.
Can
There
you
you go.
also,
You're on your way.
can you also put me there? I click on the more button and I don't have an option for breakout rooms. I have every other option.
Joe, do you want to go to room 13 too?
Sure.
Okay,
Thank you.
you're welcome. Anyone else need help getting to a breakout room? Sandra, let's see.
I was just going to say, you want to throw me in one?
Yeah.
Oh, Melissa River Gate said she needs help too.
Okay, Sandra, I'm going to put you, you're on your way to room 5.
Got it. Thank you.
And Melissa, do you care? Do you need to be with certain people or do you just want me to put you in a room? Oh, you got there. All right. Everybody's coming back from that first few minutes in your breakout room. And Sandra will give us directions for the next piece. Sandra, are you back?
I removed myself accidentally. Sorry, I have too many tabs open for this.
That's okay.
So it says, those of us in Region 8 were in our own live chat. Nice. Okay. So, did anybody have on the call, did anybody have a group experience that you were in person? Oh, Casey Dunlap got kicked out as well.
Yeah. Yeah. Sandra, this is Jody. We
Hi,
have
Jody.
a group. We have 3 groups in person and we have groups in tears because they're laughing. So, I think we could share if we had to.
I would love that. Where I can't find, there you go. Okay. Go ahead, Jody.
All right. So of our group, who would like to share their expertise?
Jody, do you guys want to put your camera on?
Oh, that's why I can't see her.
What'd you
Okay.
say? What's it? I don't know. Is it showing on somebody?
Send you your video.
It's showing that Chris is talking.
All right. So yeah, Chris is talking, but I actually have the camera. So we have a group that has been voluntold by their other colleagues to share out. So let me get that working here. Is the camera working, Chris? All right, let's get the camera. And Geneva, I think they're voluntolding their front group. Camera work. All right. Geneva, we got this nice little board for your masterpiece. All right, come on up. Let's give it a shot.
Do you have a camera on?
There we go. All right. No, we don't want to share. Does somebody in this room want to share since we finally figured out how to make the camera work?
We
we're
got
good.
you. The camera's working.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Well,
Okay, I think we have a high school group because they're saying that they're going to share their others because their drawer was not very astute. All right, so share us your wisdoms.
Okay, we thought of a dehumidifier. Since it's going to be pretty humid, with global warming increasing. Solar panels on top, small dehumidifier that's just the size for your water bottles. And we also thought of it's this product's called the Urine Luck. So if you can just take this around with you, this little contraption, and whenever you have to relieve yourself, you could take it on the go. It's portable. There's a handle, and you could fill up your water bottles that way as well.
All right. I love that you went to
I know
urine.
this is her kids, I guess, have reach. So yeah.
How many minutes in before you move from rain to urine?
Awesome.
before you got into the rain, the urine, yeah. It was after a couple of cups of coffee. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay.
Sandra, I don't think they heard your question.
I don't think they did either. It's okay.
You know, they said the timing depended on how many cups of coffee they had in the morning.
Mm.
from when they moved to rain to urine. So
That's funny. I like that. So when you plan for that, how many groups, you can just actually go like this. How many of you came up with dehumidifier? Like immediately I'm thinking about like what I already know, how you capture water or something in the house that has to do with that. That's a common, that is a very common one. And how many of you can then also admit that it was a little uncomfortable after 5 minutes? Right? Yeah. And the thing about crazy eights with students is you set that expectation that you're going to think for 8 minutes. And the thinking part is huge. And many reasons that is because some of their best ideas come when they just have to sit and incubate on a thought. And one of the problems is in our age of acceleration is that we do let kids just zoom by. And so sometimes making them sit in that discomfort of, no, you have 8 minutes. I want you to think of 8 ideas. Some of the best ideas are number 7 and number 8. And so, one of the key reasons that I wanted to start with this challenge is because it may be something you hadn't thought of before. And it's definitely part of the design thinking process, making it a little challenging. And I want to show you, let's imagine that I wanted to, whoops, sorry, get that out of there. Sorry, darn it. I wanted to show you this quick video, and we'll get past this ad. Sorry, got the Liberty ad. So you can't probably hear this very well, but I want to show you this little guy is the Nahab desert beetle. And so one of the things that this woman starts with in this video is when we can't solve a problem, one of the easiest things to do to get started is to consider, has this problem been solved already in nature? And so anytime that you are using like a design thinking model with students to solve problems, I just want to challenge you to make sure that you're capitalizing on what is it that I really want to teach them about thinking and about the process. And because how many of you noticed in your groups that your go-to thinking came from your area of expertise? Like if you have a science teacher in the room, right? Okay, so Carrie, what is your area? Can I pick on you to unmute and say?
Of course. I'm an English teacher.
And then, so what were some of your first thoughts as an English teacher?
I went immediately to how are we going to carry this around with us? Because we talked about a different base, we talked about condensation, we even talked about magic sparkles. And,
you go to magic, yeah,
of course. But it was like if the base is at the house, then how do I refill it if I'm on the go? And I kind of got stuck in that, like the process part of it. How does it work moving forward as opposed to just filling it?
Yeah. Okay. So yeah. And then, so everybody comes to it with a different focus. Melissa in my group was talking about the aesthetic. And I said, you know, and all the times I've done this activity with educators and students, I think you might be the first to worry about the aesthetic. And she said that's because she comes from a designer background. And so, you know, so scientists in the room, you do get a little advantage of this. But how the beetle works is in this video, it talks about how when, right there, it talks about how when it at night, because it lives in the desert, it has a very specific design that it lifts its wing to catch the precipitation and then it draws off of that. And so I don't need you to become an expert in this, but what I want you to think about is, okay, I may have never thought about studying a beetle to solve a challenge like this. And if I wanted to teach my students biomimicry, doing this kind of a design process is a really good way. And if it's not even about teaching them a certain paradigm, it is really about getting them just to learn to solve problems better. And so that's what we are doing together today. And so I read this in an IT book years ago about unimaginative blindness. And sometimes we don't solve problems like this, and sometimes our students don't solve problems like this because we're stuck in our own thinking. That's why collaboration is such a powerful, powerful tool. Because what you do when you collaborate around a challenge like this is you teach students that other people that they have right beside them in class, not the educator, but their peers, have ideas that are worthy, and that together you can think through a process better than by yourself. And it's one of those hidden gems in education, is getting students to really understand that. And so I'm going to come back to the gallery view. So let's talk real quickly about ideas that came up in your group. How many of you experienced a moment where two people made a connection on two different ideas and pushed it forward? Okay. So how many of you listened to people asking better questions? Is there any group that you would say nobody asked questions? I highly doubt it, because when you get one of your ideas out there in a crazy eight, and then it really invites other people. So here's, I just need somebody to unmute who might have a 4-year-old child or grandchild. Does anybody have one? Just go ahead and unmute. Throw yourself in the group.
I do.
Tell you do? Okay, so you're
Yeah.
going to be my student here. So
Okay.
if you have like just an average day, is it a daughter or a son?
We have 2 daughters, 3 and 5, so we're right in the
Oh.
middle. Yeah.
Okay, so your
Yeah,
whole
we're
day
right.
is questions.
Yeah.
How many questions do
Yes.
you think you are asked
Oh.
on a daily basis from one of them? Let's go with the
Okay.
5-year-old.
I don't know. No, I wouldn't say like 100, but a lot of questions.
A lot of questions.
A lot.
So believe it or not, they have it estimated that a 4-year-old will ask about 300 questions a day. So it probably is far more than you
Okay.
think, and it's probably that why.
They probably do a lot at school too. Yeah. A lot of questions
Yeah,
at school and then a lot
exactly.
at home. Yeah.
Yeah, I have a friend who is a preschool director, and it's just mind-blowing, the curiosity and the sponge-like nature and the questioning of 4-year-olds. Now, if you are on this call and you are in teaching high school, give me a big wave. High school. Okay. So, kids, so curious, so inquisitive, asking 300 questions a day. They go through elementary school, they go through middle school, which I bow down to anybody who teaches middle school, and then they get to us. And now I have juniors and seniors. Some of you may have freshmen and sophomores, but by the time a student is a junior, how many questions did they ask a day? Anybody want to guess? I will tell you, you can guess with just this one hand.
They ask to go to the bathroom a lot. I'll say that.
And you can't say, can I go to my locker and can I go to the bathroom? Academic questions. Good job, Chelsea.
Why do we have to do this? That's another one.
Why do we have to do this is probably the most asked question. Thank you. That whoever said that, that's exactly right. So the answer is 2.
Does Googling count?
Can I Google this? Does this matter? What am I doing this for? But honestly, the question really is 2. The average junior asks 2 questions a day. Will this be on the okay, you guys are really good at this one. Nice. Because What I want to do is I want us to really contemplate over the 6 hours that we're together today on what happens. How do I contribute to that? Like, as an educator, am I part of that problem that we take this inquisitive 4-year-old and turn them from a questioner to an answerer? Because I did it, right? I said, Chelsea, do you know the answer? And she said the answer. And then I said, you're right. Good job. I smiled at you. I may have laughed a little bit. And for Chelsea, what was I giving her? I was giving her that positive reinforcement, right? And so she is likely going to answer another question. Thank you, Jason. Positive feedback. That's what it is. And so in the education system, we have them raise their hands and then we tell them, good job, good answer, you're right. We smile, we give them all that affirmation. And we need to stop doing that. And we need to do the very same thing for when they ask questions. And so in the crazy 8, what would I be doing as the teacher?
You're going to be doing nothing.
I would be doing something. I would be doing something really powerful. Would I go to my desk and sit for 8 minutes and then get up? No, you're right. I would be asking the questions and I would be circling the room. And so for everything that we do today, you are playing like such a vital, invisible role as the facilitator. And so the kiss of death is always to sit at your desk. When you're doing something like this, it is imperative that you are walking around asking questions or just trying to get people to move to the next level and listen, observe, help them dig deeper. Thank you, Julie. Perfect. And so that is exactly right. And so I'm going to go back to the share. And then pointing out to students when they do have that unimaginative blindness moment. I think things have frozen. So at the beginning, when I said we are going to look at 7 different processes on how you move that needle. So this is what we're going to take all together. So twirls is an acronym that I use for developing language. And that is thinking, writing, reading, listening, and speaking. So we're going to go through that. We've already talked about the reality of living in this age of acceleration. We're going to talk about the science of how students learn, learning to learn, which hopefully we're just stepping into, design thinking, which we're stepping into, and then this almighty construct meaning. And the reality of one of the, I call them like Sandyisms, things that I say far too much, but I constantly hear myself saying, you can't construct meaning for someone else. You can't. And students must be given time in the day to construct meaning. And so by the end of today, I'm hoping that the 7 or 8 key strategies we experience together will give you just a little bit more of a nudge to try new things, to try something different. And then finally, if there's time today, we're going to look at how do we start embedding community, industry, business partners into our daily and weekly work. This is a whole different whole day of learning, but it is the essence of where we should be moving in this age of acceleration. So this model, we'll go back through this, and you have access to the slideshow. And but this is kind of what I have taken together to make sense for me when I make my own breakout session. And sorry. Okay, now before we go to the breakout session, we are going to think about this visual, and somebody in the chat or unmute and just holler out, what are we looking at here?
Brain synapses.
Okay, so we're looking at a huge series of neurons, and between every single one of the dendrites and the terminals, there is a tiny little space that is exactly like you said. It's called a synapse. And so when you are thinking and when you're using your memory, we are constantly having these neurons fire. Now, what happens? Here's my question to you. What happens when you make a mistake in terms of neuron firing right here? Does anybody know? So I'll give you an example. This is one of those probably too embarrassing to actually say stories, but my daughter was telling me that at this stage of my life, it's really important for me to be able to do a handstand. And I was like, well, I couldn't do a handstand 20 years ago, so I highly doubt I'm going to do a handstand now. And so we're not in cognitive world, we're in physical world. But anyway, I fell at least 6 times before I mastered putting my feet against the wall. So every time I fell, I had neurons firing. And when you make a mistake, you have double neuron firing. We know that every time that you think incorrectly and are corrected, or you move incorrectly and you realize it, that is what's causing like double firing. And so it's a huge part of learning. And so for all of us, I just want to really talk about today. We're going to step into that. So if you were an active participant in the Crazy 8, good for you, because you're modeling what you want students to do, right? So what I want to do is give everybody about, Jody, if you can set a timer for just like 3 minutes, I want to do a breakout room and, oops, sorry. And I want to give you time to digest. So just looking at this model of these 7 areas on what you know right now about pushing the needle on students. Because all of us, whether you're in your first year of teaching, or you're an administrator who's had 20 years of teaching, or you're still in the classroom and you've had 20 years of teaching or more, we're all just pulling on our own experiences with what we see students doing. And that's why we're all experts to some degree. So what I want you to do is just thinking about this and what most resonates with you on, okay, so for me, this is the piece that really, I think moving kids forward more, I could do, or I do. So let's do a 3-minute breakout session and give people an opportunity to just digest that visual and talk through those 7 areas and what is meaning to you. So I don't know, Jody, if you want to do just breakout rooms of like 4 and 5.
You know what, Sandra, we'll stick with the same breakouts.
Okay, perfect.
And we'll give them 3 minutes. And they're going to go through and pick out the things of the swirl that they are most thoughtful about.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Sandra, I'm sorry. My hand
You're
was
welcome.
up. I'm sorry, DeShannon Butler here. Can you explain, before we go into breakout sessions, can you explain twirls one more time for me, please?
Yeah. So actually, I'll do one better. Let me jump forward real quick. It's way up here. There it is. Okay. So DeShannon, right?
Yes, ma'am.
So this is this is my visual of how I'm redefining literacy. And so like when we started with the design thinking model, I didn't give you like a reading to read around that, right? So a lot of people would say, Sandy, there wasn't even a literacy component to that design thinking model that you just did. Would you agree that some people could definitely see it that way?
Okay.
So what I'm trying to say is, and this is the message through the day, so we'll compound this understanding as we go through. But so what I notice in the age of acceleration is that thinking is the most important part of developing a student's literacy. And so take, for instance, DeShannon, the last time that you were reading something and you had to stop and say, ugh, I've read like 3 pages and I haven't been paying any attention. Right? We all do it. It's just that it is a it's called the distracted brain. Like it's part of your reading brain. It's the one that gets distracted. And so the thinking piece is always there, but we don't necessarily deliberately talk about and give students time to do all 5 of these processes together. And so for these 4, for speaking, writing, reading, and listening, these are the 4 components of language, right? So my English teachers on the call, don't be overly critical of me, and please feel free to give us your input. But of these 4, 2 of them are passive. So which 2 are passive? So I've given you guys time to think. So reading and listening. Now we're gonna shift listening to active listening throughout the day, but typically your brain is passive and your body is passive when you're reading and listening as compared to when you're speaking and writing. And so my goal is for everybody to leave today thinking about the twirls concept. And the more that I engage students in all 5 processes together, the more that I'm going to use literacy as a tool for engagement. And I'm going to develop the different areas of students, not just focusing on traditionally, literacy has been defined by these 2, right? By reading and listening, or I mean, by writing and reading. And so what I'm trying to say is, engage me in design thinking models, and you'll see literacy lift on a different level. And some of it, I will say to Shannon, some of it comes from, I'm not sure what you all do with your multiple language learners or ELL students or English as a second language. In Indiana, we change that constantly, like what we're calling students, but currently it's MLL. And so when you go into WIDA and they score students, they actually test students at all 4 of these levels consistently. And so sometimes you will find that a student, it's a 0 of 6. 5 means you've reached fluent. So sometimes a student will be like a 4.5 in reading, but only a 2 in speaking, or they might be a 1 in writing and a 4 in listening. You see it all the time that these 4 areas do not develop consistently. And so a lot of times in the classroom, we're not giving one of these 5 processes the same attention. And we're certainly not engaging students with all 5 of them consistently. And then back to my 3 or 4-year-old asks 300 questions, a junior asks 2. Why? And so a lot of it is, what are you doing to create a space in your classroom so that students do ask questions and don't get rewarded for just answering? So it's a huge shift. I'm kind of pretending like I'm asking you just to take these little incremental steps, but it is, the more that you embrace it, it is a really big shift. Does that help?
No, it helps a lot, because when you was talking about that, I was thinking more, about the 11th grader and stuff like that. We want to start develop them to be critical thinkers.
Yes.
And so
and really like critical thinkers and collaborative thinkers.
Okay.
I think that the more that you can get students collaboratively thinking, that the payoff is not only in their own learning and like moving their needle, but it's also that climate and culture shift that you feel in your classroom. Like when I walk in Mr. Butler's room, how do I feel? And do I use my classmates as resources? And those kind of things. So
Okay, thank you.
okay, good.
Sandra,
Thank you.
I've got a couple comments in the chat.
Okay.
Jason said, in teaching children literature, we asked some questions about our story and then included a quick question asking for their favorite part and asked for a sentence written on that, and then asked to draw a colored image of the story. And then he said, I also blended that directly into high school literature as well, but have them find images as well. And then Julie said she likes the concept of the jagged learning profile from Todd Rose, Myth of Average.
Perfect. Can you tell me who said that first comment?
Jason.
Okay. Jason, do you mind in about 40 minutes if we go back to your comment for an activity? See, typing.
Yeah, he says, sure, no problem.
Okay. All right. Good. Okay. Thank you. So, okay. So you'll have to read it again. I'm sorry, Melissa, but okay. Perfect. Okay. So now what we're going to do is, Jody, are you still there? You ready? So we're going to go into a breakout and I want you to think about the TWIRLS acronym, age of acceleration, science of learning, learn to learn, design thinking, constructing meaning for themselves, and bringing in community partners more consistently. I just want to open dialogue, 3 minutes. What does any of this mean to you? Ready, set, breakout room. You're on, Jody.
We're going to break out those breakout rooms. We'll go 3 minutes and we'll bring everyone back and we'll have a quick discussion. Thanks, Sandy.
And don't leave the Zoom like I did.
Yeah, remember to just click leave breakout room, not leave meeting. If anybody needs help getting to a breakout room, just tell me in the chat and I'll get you to one. Oh.
I do.
That was very brief. Oh, we're going back.
Oh, are you? I'm not in one yet.
I'm back in the main room because I was with one person from SST3, and we just kept going in and out. So I don't know what happened to her.
Not working, Helen?
Well, it was for the first time I was with a group of my peers at SST8. And then I was with SST3. There was just two, myself and one other person, and we were talking, and then she disappeared.
No, I didn't get mine. I didn't get mine either, but it'll be okay. Well,
Yeah, that's why I figure I just thought I'd leave
I'm
the
just
room.
sitting here.
Thanks.
Mhm.
You don't know. And it's longer than 6 seconds, they check out. Yeah. And it makes what we do, we can that much harder. Because you only have one entertainer. I'm gonna ask you about, I wasn't joking about Googling questions.
Just a reminder, as folks come back into the main session, if you would remember to mute yourself, that would be awesome. Thank you. All righty, Sandra, I think most folks are back in the main room, and you can take it away for us to reflect on this one.
Okay, so I'm just going to ask people to unmute, and let's have 3 comments to kind of like just set the stage on what resonated with you, what seemed foreign to you, whatever comment is your comment. And remember, part of our theme today is embracing discomfort.
So I'll go ahead and start if that's okay.
Thank you. That's great.
So in my group, we talked about 2 of us agreed that twirls. Well, no, all 3 of us really agreed that twirls was what that what we faced and that what we work around day to day. But we also mentioned that twirls also embedded some of the things that was mentioned in the science of reading training, and they also encompass a lot of the ELA content standards in high school.
So I've never been in the science of reading training, but I read most of the really large book that's provided to people when they go through the training, and it does, doesn't it? There is a overlap there of how to engage students with that development of fluency. And that was where I learned, it was the science of reading that I learned that if you don't tackle fluency, nothing else really matters. And that was something that, I get juniors who read at a 2nd grade level, and it is so difficult. It's like the most difficult challenge that you get as an educator.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Thank you, Tashina. Okay.
Can I chime in? Sorry.
Yeah, go ahead, Amanda.
I just want to piggyback off of you mentioned having a junior or a sophomore at a 2nd grade reading level. Our group really honed in on that learning to learn, or not being willing to learn because they are at a level that they're uncomfortable or have that discomfort to show that they don't understand something, or maybe they don't even know how to start asking questions. I used an example. I was helping a student that was failing an English class, and we were doing resumes, and the student had to look in his phone for his phone number, and he didn't know how to spell where he's from, like things like that. And then they're embarrassed to ask for the help, and they truly don't know how. They need to learn how to learn, but we get them as juniors and seniors. So at that point in this game, they feel, I think, defeated and are unwilling to participate in that process.
And I love that you shared that because that is something that I missed in thinking about this is, I mean, you can't forget about the achievement gap that we all face in that room. It's the worst part of teaching today, right? Is how widespread that gap is. But I'm focusing so much on the acceleration. How many of you know the pain of what Amanda is sharing, that even though we're living in this age of the amount of knowledge is doubling every 18 months and the speed at which we are moving is accelerated on a whole new level, but yet we have students who don't know their address in high school.
Yeah, I would say that's a big issue, like that we kind of talked about in our group, was like the age of acceleration, was that we live in a world that is changing every single day, and we have people around the world that are brilliant minds but can't communicate with one another because they have cell phones stuck in their face all the time and can't form like, hey, I can split an atom, but I can't have a conversation with the person a foot from me because I don't know how to talk to somebody.
Yeah. Okay, so Brian, that is exactly why I advocate for these types of strategies that we're going through today, is because you really do almost as an educator have to force students into the face-to-face contact, right? And the face-to-face conversations.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, I mean, like one of the things, like, I mean, many of us here, like, we're grateful for, and even some of our kids are noticing, is like, the governor of Ohio banning cell phones from schools. It's, hey, what do you mean? I actually have to physically talk to a classmate that sits 2 feet from me and like engage in conversations and stuff like that. And it's like even amazing. Oh gosh, I'm amazed like how much better this class is that I actually, have to talk and can't use my cell phone to dictate for me or things of that nature. So it's one of those like age of acceleration. Like I said, like the world's like there's going to be a job that exists 3 months from now that doesn't exist now, and we have kids in our building that will be able to do those jobs, but they can't form a complete sentence.
Yeah, and it is like I don't want to get too deep into the weeds, but it really is like that. And we are in year 2 of the cell phone ban, and it is the best gift that we've ever been given in the last 10 years. I can't even tell you, I walk in and kids talk again, and yeah, the 4 years ago, it was almost frightening where we were getting on the level of I'm just going to only engage with my phone, even though people are sitting right next to me. But yeah, I really love what you're saying there. Thank you. And I don't think it's ever been more important to go back to Amanda's comment also on learning to learn. And one time somebody wanted me, this is like probably 10 years ago, somebody wanted me to take some of my work and put it on Screencastify. And I spent an entire Saturday going back and forth between Google and YouTube to learn how to do it. And then I was successful. And then a year later, Screencastify was just an app on my phone that I wouldn't have had to have done any of that. But, like, how do we get students to learn how to learn and to construct meaning is crucial. Okay. Anybody else want to share out? Joanne, go ahead.
I think one thing that is important for teachers with the age of acceleration is think back to how many years we spend teaching the same novel to all students, never making much of a change. And I think that as teachers, if we want students to accelerate, we have to accelerate and make sure that we know what an influencer is when they write a resume, and not use the same materials or the same content over and over all the time, but think of some new pathways.
I really do completely agree with you. You cannot do this work without modeling that you are a learner, and you need to figure out a way to show students that you are willing to constantly learn. And I'm not saying get on TikTok or anything like that, but I'm just saying at least, like you just said, the influencer, at least be aware of who these students are following and what they're drawn to. Carrie, I saw your hand up.
I think it's
go ahead,
really
Chris.
hard for our kids sometimes to be able to participate in a classroom because the expectations are so high from teachers at times. We need to let them know that it is okay, that failure is an option. I love the story of the math teacher that puts 10 problems on a board and purposely does one of the 10 wrong to gauge the kid's reaction, and then make it a teachable moment of, we all make mistakes. How do we build? How is this okay? Because by making the mistake, that's the only way they're truly going to learn. And at the high school level, that's even so much more important because around their peer groups, it's not acceptable.
Yeah, I do think you have to embrace it. And when we get further into the discussion, Chris, I'm going to challenge people to de-emphasize grading, and that's hard for people. It's really hard. Not just teacher people, parent people, student people. It's a huge barrier. But I think what you're describing, Chris, all falls in that need to stop grading everything that we do. Yeah, thank you. Carrie.
I agree with what Chris was saying about our students are afraid of the failure part. For many years through their educational career, we have been asking them what is right, asking them to give us the correct answer. And there's a lot of, the stigma that comes around that. If a kid gets it wrong, they're afraid. There's a lot of fear that's involved in those things. And one of the things that I was talking about in the breakout session is not lowering the expectation, but lowering the stakes, making the kids feel safe about being wrong. And something that I've started doing with my students that I've been getting much better responses is I've taken the question why out, because a lot of kids get overwhelmed with the word why. They don't know how to give that response. So instead of asking them, why do you feel that way? I say, well, what about this brings that up for you? Or how did you read this? Or how did this affect something? And I find that it's easier for them to answer and to think of when they're talking with me, instead of asking them the why. It's so broad. If you narrow it down for them, I'm getting a lot better answers through that. So I think that's a big part of it. And you mentioned grading. I'm excited to get to that part because we were just talking about that in our district, talking about revamping how we're grading and how we're looking at things. So that'll be a good section. Thank you.
Great. Yeah. When I first came to Fort Wayne, I left the classroom to do my own company, and I'm somebody who believes in de-emphasized grading to the core. And when I was a teacher, I just had a lot of success with not grading all of the formative work. And when I started at Fort Wayne, somebody was explaining to me that the grade procedure was formative work can only be 20% of the grade. And I had such a philosophy of education challenge for an entire year. I'm like, but formative by definition means ungraded. And so you can't grade it because you can't call it formative and grade it. You can't do it. But nonetheless, 14 years later, here we are still grading formative work. But yeah, so I agree with you. All right. So thank you, everybody. So part of the reason that we did this goes into our next breakout around these neurons. Now, before we get into these neurons too deep, I want everybody to do me a favor. I want everybody to picture the first pet that you ever owned. The first pet someone gave you. Dan, you popped up on my camera. Can I use you as an example? Oh, you have to unmute. Sorry, Dan.
Dan Sterling.
Dan Sterling.
Oh,
Hello,
yeah.
Sandra
Hi.
Adams. Nice to meet you.
Hi.
Okay, so your pet. What was your first pet?
A dog.
A dog. Okay, and how old were you when you had this dog?
About 7.
7? Okay,
Yeah.
and what was the dog's name?
BG.
BG?
Yeah.
Like the band? Bee Gees?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
BG. All right. So now if you could take, everybody see this word action. Can you see my arrow?
Yes.
You can see my arrow. Okay. That was sorry. I told you I've never done a hybrid session. So here we go. So if you follow this and pretend that the word fear is BG. Okay, everybody? So in Dan's brain, every single time he thinks about BG, it follows this trail down to right here where it would be BG. And now, if you had him when you were that young, I am going to guess that he's not a part of your daily conversations, right?
Correct.
And so, why is it that this pathway lights up so fast and you can bring back a vivid memory of BG every time you go to think about him?
I have no idea.
Okay, that's all right. That's all right. We're here to learn together. So, the reason is because BG didn't just live in your cognitive domain and your physical domain. I'm guessing you played with him, you probably loved him, and you
Sure.
probably took care of him, and you probably thought about him and his fur and, you know, all the things we do with our animals. But you also loved him. And so you had like this emotional attachment to your dog. So the affective domain, now I am not proposing the students are just all of a sudden going to love your class, and I can't wait to get into Mr. Sterling's class. But the more you can bring in the affective domain, and again, oops, sorry, I got to stop touching that. You can really start to deepen students' pathways. Now, think about this. When I asked you to get into a group and start talking about what resonates here from a learning standpoint with neurons, what was I actually trying to get you to do? What was I actually trying to get to happen?
With the communication?
Yeah, like when I from a neural standpoint, and Dan, you're no longer on the hook. Other people can answer this, but if you want to continue, this is great. So from a neural standpoint, rather than me just going in and teaching every single one of those 7 concepts, why would I want you to have to talk about things that I hadn't even explained yet? You know, like when DeShannon and I were talking about twirls, I was going to just kind of launch into that with no explanation to it. Why would I do that? And it does relate to BG.
I think when you like, it's kind of anticipatory question, like asking us to think about it without knowing what it is, makes us question, what is this? What path are we supposed to take? And it opens up, instead of putting blinders on us to move forward in a certain way, it opens it up to go into multiple directions.
Anybody want to piggyback on Carrie? Thank you, Carrie. That was excellent.
And we can kind of take our own experiences in our field and kind of guess what it would be and how we've experienced those things.
So one group said that they talked about learning to learn. So I'm guessing that somebody in that group had thought, oh, you know what? I had recently tried to learn something or I'm trying to get my students to figure out how to figure things out for themselves. And so exactly. And so Carrie had used the word anticipatory, and Chelsea had talked about how it connects to something you know, right? So what happens for me as the teacher is in that 3-minute time space, what I know is happening for all of you is neural pathways are opening up in your brain that connect to what you already know about that. And so if somebody else is on the call, like the science of learning is all around John Hattie's work. So let's imagine that I had already read that book and I just love John Hattie. Well, when I see science of learning, I'm going to be like, oh man, that whole pathway is lit up because I love that. I could talk about that all day long. Or something might be foreign to me to which I don't even have a pathway. And so what you need to do is connect all of the pathways together. So let's say that Carrie, what's a novel that has a dog or a wolf in it? Put you right on the spot.
My students read The Curious Incident of the Dog in the Nighttime. It's got a dog right on the cover.
Oh, okay, great. That's a great one. Okay, so Dan, this is so juvenile, but if I was, or not juvenile, but like elementary, if I was teaching that book, I might start with you thinking about a dog that you owned, because all I'm going to do now is I'm going to take this pathway and I'm going to do something fun for like 5 minutes around everybody's pet dog. And then I'm going to give them the title of the book. And the title of the book is The Curious Incident of the Dog, and what they're going to do at midnight, right? And what they're going to do is every single time they think about that book, it's going to follow the exact same pathway. It's going to tap BG, and then it's going to go to the book. So let's say the book pathway is here. That is crucial for everyone on this call to constantly remember that assimilation is easier than accommodation. Accommodation is I have to make a whole new pathway. I've never heard this concept. It's not connected to anything I already know, and now I'm in trouble. But when you think about connecting it to a really deep pathway, then you know that they're going to be able to pull that information up. And here, a side note, is that the book that takes place in Savannah?
That book actually takes place in London. It follows a 15-year-old boy who's autistic through this whole journey. And this whole thing. Really good.
Interesting. Okay, and so one of the things that I just want to talk about is this fact of neural pathways and how what you're doing in that classroom really matters to students. And so how many of you have ever heard of the Halle Berry neuron? Has anybody ever heard of that? So my question is, how does Halle Berry factor into today's learning? And I bet you did not think you would talk about Halle Berry at all today. And yet here she is. And the reason is because when they did functional MRI studies on numerous participants, they decided to use Halle. I don't know why, but they did. And they showed people a video of her. They showed a photo of her. They showed a pencil drawing of her. They showed her name. All of these different ways that you could think about Halle Berry. And scientists know, just like Dan's pathway going down to BG, that no matter if you are hearing her name on the radio, watching her in a movie, reading something about her in a magazine, the exact same pathway opens up every time you hear Halle Berry. We all have a Halle Berry pathway. We all have, if you had a pet, we all have a pet pathway. We all have a pathway to the word mitochondria, don't we? Because if you're an adult from Ohio, you were taught the word mitochondria at least 3 times in the state standards. Does everybody agree? 4th grade, 7th grade, 10th grade, I learned mitochondria. Now, for some people, you see way back in here, a neuron pathway that you can barely see. For some of you, that's the pathway of mitochondria. Like, I never talk about that. I never use that word. Some of you might be huge health nuts and like listen to the Huberman podcast and do all of those things. And you might have mitochondria as vivid as this pathway. But the point is, we teach students a lot of information that they don't go back and use and construct meaning for themselves. And so those pathways really get pushed back. They don't ever disappear, but they get pushed back. And so as you think about technical vocabulary and what you're doing around technical vocabulary that matters, that's connected to those power standards, then I really want to get you to think about this Halle Berry neuron, because back to the twirls, the thinking, the writing, the reading, the listening, and the speaking, technical vocabulary can be experienced in multiple ways, and it's hitting the same deepening of the same neural pathway every single time. And so having students listen to each other, having them talk about their vocabulary, having them do an illustration to demonstrate a word that they just cannot for some reason retain, whatever it is you're doing around that, embrace it. And so I just wanted to give you a little bit of like, here's some evidence around that. Does that make sense? Any questions to that or comments? Okay, so layering what we're doing today. I'm hoping that you have some standards that maybe don't have a deep neural connection for students. Maybe that gosh, when I did this lesson around this set of standards, I don't feel like many students retain that information, or I know I could deepen it if I did a different kind of activity. I would like everybody to just think about their standards and a lesson that needs improving. And I want you to think about a lesson that you do that 5 years after high school, I bet students remember this lesson. And so I don't know, is anybody else on the call a big Heath fan? Dan and Chip Heath. They are economists that do amazing writings. They wrote the Teachers Love the book, Make It Stick. About like how some lessons are sticky. They also wrote this book called The Power of Moments. And elevation, pride, insight, and connection are the 4 things that make learning memorable, or that make life memorable. Like the birth of a new child, getting married, getting engaged. Those are those huge elevation moments and connection moments that stay with you forever. And then in high school, in learning, what are some things that happen that you really don't forget? Like, that was such a powerful thing we did in school that I'm likely to remember that even after I graduate. And it can't be sports, it can't be extracurricular, but thinking through elevation. So you lifted me up. If you're a CTE person, this is always, anytime I talk to alumni, they always talk about Skills USA or HOSA. It comes back because they were elevated or they were made to give like a sense of pride. Insight is, I'm drawing all these different connections and now I see something that I didn't see before. So like getting over the unimaginative blindness. And then connection is, you as the teacher gave me an opportunity to connect to another person, and that has really shifted my learning. So here's our 4: pride, elevation, insight, connection. So you may need to jot them down. So we're going to do a little activity that is not even a breakout session if we have the ability to do this. So if you click this link, it takes you to a workshop facilitation. And what I wanted everybody to do was, if you're alone, do it alone. If you are with other people, you can do this. So what I wanted you to do was like take a slide. You're just going to grab a slide and you're going to type your name on it. And then you're going to choose one of the 4. So I'm going to insert a text box, and then I am going to choose for mine. I had this great lesson that is at the end of today that, whoops, so the wrong color. So I'm going to choose, oh, look at me. I don't even know what I'm doing here, sir. I'm going to choose insight. And I am not going to choose my tool right. I'm so sorry. And you can only do so many things at once. Well, so I'm going to choose insight, and I am going to write down a moment of insight with a lesson and what I did around that. So everybody grab a slide and we will just keep duplicating. Oh, here, I'll duplicate this one. And we are going to take about 5 minutes, and I want you to put in on your slide your insight, elevation, pride, or connection, and describe the lesson that you used, just briefly. Okay? Does everybody understand the task? Okay, so you can do it alone or with someone. If you're with people, you guys can just talk through it. But if you want to have your own slide, we're going to layer this slide later today. Okay? So I think I've duplicated enough. And we will take, let's do this for 10 minutes. And if anyone needs to use the restroom, Jody, is that okay? We can just step out and use the restroom while we do this?
Something
Yeah,
we
Sandra, that'd be
teach
great.
or
And I don't think we'll do a
something we
breakout. I'll
learn?
just let everyone, most teachers are really familiar with Google Slides. So just go ahead in there. If you've run out, go ahead and duplicate a blank one and we'll spend 10, combine it into a break and do what you need to do. And then we'll come back and everyone would have access. Maybe we could have a few brave people go ahead and share out what they saw from each other's. All right.
You want to put visuals on it too, Jody. You can do whatever you want to your slide in like 10 to 12 minutes. Go to the restroom, refresh your drink, and then so it's elevation, pride, connection, and insight. Thank you, Marla. Okay. All right. Is this somebody?
Something we teach
Are you
or something that was taught to us?
say that again?
Something that we teach or something that was taught to us?
Something you
Like in
teach.
high school that we,
No,
okay.
no, no, you. Perfect. Yeah, so you kind of have to guess, but so thinking about those, something you teach that I might recall like years later. Okay, I think it has been 13 minutes. Is that right? Is everybody good? Okay, so I'm going to pick on a couple of people to go first. Is that okay? Let's not think of it as picking on. See, I'm going back to the rewarding the wrong thing. I see a couple that really inspired me, and I want to celebrate those. See how our words matter? There we go. Much better. Let's see. Our interpreter, you are doing just the best job. Nice job. Okay, so Garrett, can you unmute?
Yeah.
Okay, I love this. So, can you just kind of summarize this for everybody, what you do and how it connects to insight?
Yes. I teach 10th grade English, and a lesson I think is really insightful, just providing a new way of looking at things or understanding something for my students is there's a particular part of one of our class novels that we read, Fahrenheit 451, which that book is about a dystopian future. But anyway, um, part of the book that explains the why people are the way they are in this world is a line that says, "Not everyone born free and equal, as the Constitution says, but everyone made equal." And that leads to a discussion. I asked my students, are we all equal? Is everyone in this world born equal? And of course, with that question phrased that way, students start coming up with the answer no. And then they start coming up with all the different ways that they differ from each other. And so I prompt them to continue picking apart ways that everyone on this planet is different from each other. And I'm pointing this out to sort of show divisiveness. And then I say, well, what is one way, the one defining way that we're all equal? And after a couple beats of silence, usually one student says, well, we're all human. And I use that as the main point that I'm trying to prove is that despite differences, we're all human. Everyone on this planet has wants, fears, desires, and flaws. And once we acknowledge that we're all flawed individuals and that we can focus on these facts when we get into an argument with somebody we don't like, just acknowledging the fact that they might have a different viewpoint than us, then maybe just understanding that we all have flaws, we can work together rather than, try to point out these ways that we're different from each other.
Love it. Thank you. Very good. And I'm sure that it does give some insight for students as you go through that whole book. I mean, that's such a powerful book.
It's always a class favorite.
Yeah. Yeah. And then, thank you. And then, before we go, let's see. Heather Myers, you had connection and, can you explain yours?
Yeah, we do a regionalism unit with most of it is Mark Twain, but we start by talking about what dialect is and how it's more than just accent, and we have the kids take this little quiz on line, and it pinpoints where they're from in the United States. And we're in Northwest Ohio, but some of them come up with Texas or California, and so then we talk about who in their family might be from someplace different, and maybe they lived someplace different, and it's kind of a nice way for the kids to get to know each other a little bit. And then we also focus on how we're teaching them the standard way to speak English. But that doesn't mean it's the only correct way, and that we need to understand each other's where we came from. And we need to understand dialect when we're different places, so that we can communicate with people clearly.
Yeah, that is a very, it's a unique spin on connection. I like that because I wouldn't have thought of that, but it does. Yeah. Yeah. 2 weeks ago when I was in Texas, someone said, "I just love your accent." May have that wrong, but okay.
Right. Well, we talk about that too. Yeah.
Talk about that some other time. But yeah, did anybody else have a slide that they would like to share? Remember the number of your slide because we will be coming back to this soon. Have you ever thought about when you are designing a lesson that obviously we put our heart and soul into our lesson design, and I'm one of those, like, I wanted to be a teacher in 6th grade. I could spend days lesson planning. Obviously, that is one of my love areas. But when you design lessons, it's interesting to me to think about what is it I want them to walk away with? Am I trying to elevate them? Am I trying to create this sense of pride? Am I trying to get them to connect? Is it about insight? I think it's just really great. And this is a good book. If you are looking for a summer read, The Power of Moments is just a great book. But so yes. So thank you for playing along. Does anybody else? You get one more shot here to share out.
Yeah, Marlo Miller said they have one to share.
And tell me the number and I'll zoom on it.
What number, Jen?
Number 4 and number 5.
We're number 4 and 5. This is
okay,
East Liverpool Career Tech Center.
Connection. Okay, let's hear it.
So the images that you see inside of the slide there, it has some different examples. The one is cosmetology, which is off to the side there. And that's when they're presenting to the 8th graders and 7th graders from our junior high that's in the same building. The other building where you see the bags there, that's the patient care unit, the allied health. And it shows another connection where they are demonstrating and teaching to one another about the phlebotomy and the sticks, using the artificial arms that Nikki has. And then the picture in the corner is something that's the interactive multimedia class, and that's them at the football field setting up to be able to shoot the football game that night. Slide number 5
nice.
is something that was created by the visual arts and image design. And what we did was we did a play. We partnered with the visual image and design, and they created this unique little image as well as the logo on it and the text, which was about Max Corps, which is a group in the play. They're hiring evil henchmen to serve evil masterminds that are taking over the world. It's all a funny play, but this is what they did with a unique little bit of AI, an image of our principal, Brian Burson. And as you can see, he's a very satisfied company in hiring the Max Corps folks. That connection of what you're teaching and an application that automatically puts them in front of students, they get judged immediately. Not judged, I shouldn't say, but critiqued, whether you did a good job or not. It's a connection of what you taught. They're going to fail. They're going to make mistakes. They're going to try to say something wrong. A student might correct them, and automatically it embeds and kind of cements what those terms, terminologies, and the communication about their career is all about.
So thank you, Jason.
Yeah, thank you. Great. That's terrific. And you kind of hit the pride one too. And because he does look very proud. And students take pride. And honestly, when you think about like all 3 examples, you're talking about relevance, authenticity, and yeah. Okay, so remember your number because we will come back to this very quickly. So I'm going to jump here. And so the next thing that we're going to do in our layering of understanding, oops, geez, sorry, struggle bus, is look at Hattie's effect size. So this is where, all of us in education know that there is genuinely, as Marzano has said for the last, I don't know, like 25 years, is that there is an art and there is a science to teaching. And part of the problem for us has always been that any teacher can go into a group of students, and over the course of a year, you're going to lift some students. You are going to advance some students. And that is just the truth. And so John Hattie wrestled with, okay, but how do you know if something is apples to apples? How do you know that using these graphic organizers every single week is better than doing annotation, or like doing the small group learning is better than somebody who still does a lot of direct instruction with PowerPoint? And so he spent, I want to say it was almost a decade. He took 800 studies in education and he did what is called this meta-analysis, and then he put them on multiple regression and was able to say, look, not everything we do has the same value to student learning. Not everything we do in the classroom has the same impact. And so I want to say that there are about 140 overall factors that he put on this scale of effect size so that we could do an apples to apples comparison. So if this is the first time you're seeing Hattie's, this is a lot to absorb. If it's not the first time, it'll be a little easier for you. But I want to go with, this is really interesting just as an overview, that two of the most important things that we can do to advance students in effect size, one of them is something that you probably don't spend much time thinking about at all. And it is this whole self-reported grades and student expectations. And this is interesting. So where I am, Fort Wayne, we have like a 60% poverty base, and we have 136 languages, and we are very urban. And so urban minority poor is something that I work with on a weekly basis. And it's interesting because this is huge for that demographic particularly. And that is, it's so simple, but it's really kind of profound at the same time. It's when you take a class, do you have the ability to know what grade you will earn or how you expect to perform in that class? And so, elementary teachers will often say that by first and second grade, students already kind of have an idea of what kind of reader they are. And when I took my 700 level stats class about 8 years ago, I knew I was going to get a B. It was so above my natural thinking. I had to force myself to try to think like a statistician. I knew I was going to get a B. Guess what I got? I got a B. But some of our students, especially students of poverty, minority students, urban students, don't seem to have this ability. And so it's just something for you to think about. So his study went everything from like the impact that a building wide MTSS approach has to student learning. And so anything that has an effect size of 0.59 and higher is considered to be moderate to high. And that means you should be doing it consistently, and it should be in all of the students, all of the teachers who are touching that student. And the rest of the list that I pulled out is from formative, down to problem solving teaching, from frequent formative understanding down to this. These are all 0.6 to 0.9, which means they are a moderate to high potential impact on student learning. And so what I would like you to think about is reading through this list to yourself and looking at the impact that this type of instruction potentially has on moving that needle for student learning. And then I'm going to challenge everybody to look at your slide and insert a text box underneath it where you can point to as many of these factors that go into that lesson that you said is either pride, elevation, connection, or insight. So you all chose, like, this is a powerful lesson. Now I want you to go from the art of what you did there with the students to the science and connect them. I want you to say, okay, so in this lesson, there's this, there's this, there's this. Does that make sense? Okay, so everybody take 5 and pull from this into your slide. Please and thank you. Sometimes my manners are gone.
Sandra, will you repeat that one more time, please?
Okay, so when we did the grab a slide and you put a lesson on there, and so I'll use I already forgot his first name. I'm so sorry. The lesson on Fahrenheit 451. So when you look at the lesson on Fahrenheit 451, he was saying that he started with a question and then he challenged students to consider if we're born equal or if we're made equal. And then the insight comes from that shared humanity, right? So that was the art of how he did that. So now what I want to know is, obviously, without even knowing much about what he did there, other than what he shared with us, I know there was some impact of the student-teacher relationship going on. I know there was some classroom discussion. I know that he was having students do some self-questioning, and so I'd be interested to see what else he thought was in that lesson. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. So everyone take 5 and see what you can pull from this that connects to your slide.
Sandra,
Yes, ma'am.
can you put the Hattie list back up?
Oh, I'm sorry. Of course. I was working on mine.
There you go.
Oh my goodness. And I lost it. This bar out of here. I can't get the
It's
bar
okay.
to vanish. Sorry.
Go.
There you go.
Thanks.
Hey, how's everyone doing? Couple minutes, or are you good?
I'm good.
We're still working here.
Okay, we'll go a couple more minutes. Okay, are we ready? Okay, so does anybody want to have a quick conversation before we jump to the slides about like what you're reading here and how that resonates with you? Any of them you would challenge, or maybe like this just doesn't jive with what I'm seeing? Okay. We will come back to it. So let's look at our slides. And does anybody want me to pull up a particular slide? Brave people in the audience. This one has a lot of visuals. All right. Scott. Oh, inclusion and access. That's a good one. Denny and Melinda, do you were able to connect to numerous. So slide number 12, Jenny or Melinda, do one of you want to unmute and kind of go through yours? This is interesting.
I can. Give us a second to fix audio.
Okay, no worries. Sorry.
All right, we should be good now. So this was something we did with teachers. We're SST consultants. And this was like a one-day PD we did, but it's in the middle of a long-term ongoing coaching we've been doing with some co-teachers in a particular middle school. So for this day, we had worked with like half the teachers in the room before, and we had not worked with half the teachers in the room before. So we talked to them about what kind of the reality and expectations of what inclusion might look like for students with disabilities sort of worldwide, nationwide, and then what the actual numbers were in their building. So we cropped out the name of their building on these pictures, but we did include what the actual percentage was at their building at the time. So we talked about what that was, and at that time, a lot of their students were not spending much of their day in the general education classroom. But the middle school was working to change that. And the year prior, the intervention specialist had, for the first time, worked on some co-teaching. So we talked about their first year experience, and the general education teachers in that classroom were going to do it for the first time. So we were talking about the prior experience of those ISs and trying to give new information to the general education teachers. So we used a lot of discussion. We talked about what the teachers knew. They all had experience as teachers, so we tried to talk about what they've done in the past and relate that to like what their new experiences might look like in the future. We gave them choice in some things that they could either read or watch to get some information, and then had them do some like summarizing and reciprocal teaching to each other to continue with that. I know, conceptualizing and thinking process.
That's what I was just going to say. So you were really organizing and transforming conceptual knowledge a lot.
Yes.
To a high degree. And so so that is great. And I love what you did in your ability here to see that throughout the whole year, you're really tapping a lot of those high effect strategies. And so when you think about learning in isolation, and I do want to clarify, direct instruction is a 0.6. So direct instruction, there is nothing wrong with that as long as it's chunked. And when you chunk your time, you make sure that there are plenty of what they listed as the second one, frequent formative checks for understanding. And so a lot of what we're going to delve into is a check for understanding. Now, thank you, Jenny. Does anyone else want to share like what you pulled from the effect size into yours?
I can share.
Oh, thank you. Donna, what number do I go to?
43.
It's about time we got down here. Got it. Thank you, Donna. Take it away. Oh, you did Pride. Great. Thank
Yes,
you.
I did
Okay.
Pride. My students all asking me, well, am I going to use this later in life, or how is this going to relate to me? And so CPR is like one of the first things that I teach. It's something that applies to daily life. They may come upon a situation and they can help someone. So we have a discussion about it, but I think a lot of it helps when they can actually solve the problem. So you've got someone who has massive bleeding coming from their leg. What are you going to do? It gives them time to think about it, interact with me. You know, we talk about it, we show what we're going to do. So it's hands on. I get a lot of feedback from them. And we use a lot of mnemonics, like we use CAB, which is circulation, airway, breathing. The BGs, this gives my age away, staying alive. We use that when we're doing compression. So those kind of
Or
things
that you
help
watch
them.
The Office. Not your age, but that you watch The Office too.
Yeah, that too. So, and when they get their cards, they are so excited. You should see the pride that they have in themselves when they get that. I like Hattie's research, the top one about the student expectations, but I'm not so sure about having them tell me what kind of a grade they're going to get, because they usually underestimate themselves. So I like just knowing what do they expect to learn, and then we can go from there.
Yeah. Oh, that's great. I really appreciate that. And so then, so you had the classroom discussion, the problem solving, mnemonics, student teacher. And honestly, there's probably, I know like, like the rest of everybody on the call, this is something we all resonate with because we have to do this every 2 years. But, for
Yes.
me, it's always hard for me to get the light on because I don't push hard enough. And so there's also metacognition in that, I feel like.
Yes. Yeah, I think you're right. I was kind of
Yeah.
looking through that and felt like, gosh, some of them I probably could have put a lot of them.
Yeah, yeah. And that's the key. I'm going to guess that every lesson that we chose for this Google Slide activity probably does tap multiple, because that's why it's a memorable, is because you are doing those things that retain the information along with elevation or pride or insight or connection. So thank you. Okay, so now let's take a second and let's go back to this and tell me the Google Slide activity. So now stop being a student doing that activity and now be a teacher thinking about this Google Slide. And what in this list, so just unmute and say a few. What in this list were we doing in that activity? So from the very beginning to right now, what was I trying to accomplish? Sorry. What was I trying to use?
I would say one is the checks for understanding, to see that we like actually understood the pride connection by us explaining it.
Okay, good. And did you notice, Courtney, I didn't have to give you a grade or tell you it affects your growth points for educating, right? To get to do that. And you did it.
Correct.
And
Now,
so,
some of my students would still ask if it's worth a grade, but
I know we're not there yet. I know. But honestly, if you've never done grab a slide, that is fun, not even for hybrid. I learned that one way back in COVID. And anytime you do a Zoom like this, it always gives you those post-COVID vibes. But the it goes to me, it goes to the Wikipedia kind of thinking. And when Wikipedia was first proposed, people were so critical of it, but it turns out we will contribute to something like that for no gain other than the intrinsic, I'm going to do this. And it is a giant, Wikipedia is a giant check for understanding, right? And so with that, I'm checking your understanding of what I'm trying to get you to do and then make connections. Thank you. Okay, what else have we done with that Google Slide activity?
You've got some things in the chat too.
Oh, sorry. I never think to,
okay.
I know.
You've got mnemonics are a great way to use letters and words to support students in remembering important content. We all remember my dear Aunt Sally. Really all of this last happened, or this list has happened during the meeting. Checking for understanding, organizing and transforming, reciprocal summarizing. Marlo said Hendrik said, Marlo, I love the math connection. So you have a lot of prior achievement, summarize, classroom discussion, checks for understanding.
Thank you. And then also, yeah, you just have to remind me of the chats because I can't see that from here. But then also think about the prototype and the crazy eights. And again, feedback is a significant part of that. The teacher providing clarity when people do their share out, the classroom discussion, you're definitely organizing and transforming conceptual knowledge. It's a check for understanding. And so this sheet, and I highly encourage you to pull Hattie's work if you haven't read it yet. This sheet is something to really just keep with you and kind of go back to once in a while. Like when you're designing something, like if it's weak, maybe it's missing something that could really elevate it. And then really as a teacher, like we all do those 8 core instructional things that make us memorable to students and make them want to be in our class. And I'm just challenging you to make sure that they are high evidence-based things that you're doing. Okay, so now can everybody see in the chat that we are going to look at reframing language in your classroom. I put in the chat 2 questions, and the questions that I put in there are in this slideshow. So the first one is, does reading in my class reflect the authentic ways we read as a society today? And the second question, and it's all in the same chat, is if we taught literacy as the language of doing, solving, and becoming, what if we taught literacy as the language of doing, solving, and becoming? So we are going to go back and Jody, you're on with a breakout session. And we're going to, let's set this for 5 minutes. And as a group, reflect on those 2 questions and just have a discussion around those 2 questions. So what does reading currently look like in my classroom? And what if literacy evolved into doing and seeing and solving?
Perfect. Thanks, Sandra.
Thanks, Jody.
Anybody have any last minute questions for Sandra before we go into the breakouts?
Can everybody see the 2 questions? That was my big concern.
Yeah, if you want, you may want to jot those questions down because you may lose those once you get into the chat. So the questions are, does my reading in my classroom reflect the authentic ways in which we read today? And then the question 2 is, what if we taught literacy as the language of doing, solving, and becoming? So those are the 2 questions. Breakout rooms, please.
Okay, here we go.
Can you somehow get me back to group 7?
Yeah, I didn't get invited.
Yeah, Dan Sterling here. I didn't get an invite either to a room.
This is Bethany Brick. Can I go to room 3?
Dan, did you want a certain group?
I've been working with my TCTC group. I don't know. I think it might have been 17.
Okay. Are they the group that's kind of live?
Yes, yes.
Let me put you there.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
This is John Majors. Can you give me an invite to room 7?
Sure. Thank you.
How many you don't understand? I responded. It was some of the ones we didn't know.
All right, it looks like everybody's back. Looks like some people are in the live groups are still having some great discussion. Did we lose Sandra?
Sorry?
I didn't know if we lost you.
Oh, no. Okay, so let's start with reading in the classroom as a reflection of how we currently read. So does anybody want to kick that one off?
I will. I didn't unmute myself anyway from our chat room. So
Thanks.
I'm a literacy coach. I taught at TCTC in English for 12 years. And what we talked about, or what I see now that I'm out of the classroom and in CTE classes, is the literacy, the reading, writing, communication that's happening in the CTE classes is oftentimes more authentic to society and what they will do in the career than it is in some of the academic classes. So, for example, as an English teacher, how often do we have students read something and then they answer questions? Okay, that's not like, you're not going to read a book as an adult for leisure and then have to sit down and answer questions about it. Okay, so I did try before I left the classroom to model more authentic, book discussions and thought-provoking ideas, or annotation. Even if you are a reader, then you should learn how to annotate. So that was more of where I ended my career before I became the literacy coach. But in the CTE classrooms, they are reading, how-to manuals, or they are reading authentic things related to their career path.
Mm-hmm. And when we're in person, I have a reading activity that we do, an annotation. And if you have a copy of, but I'm not a reading teacher, it's one of the very first practices that I advocate for. And I even go back to like elementary teachers with their numbered heads. Every time that I sub, if there's reading, I annotate just for 3 things. What does this connect to? I have them put a C. And if they can't write in what they're reading, if it's not like a printed copy, if it's a textbook, I always have Post-it notes. I have my little sub pouch with me, and I do love the fact that I get to sub from time to time, and because it keeps you on your toes. But I always go into a room with very specific supplies, and some of them do include Post-it notes and markers, because I have some go-to strategies. But annotation with Post-it notes works well too. So I have them make a C if it's something they connect to. And you know why I do that? Because of the neural pathways. So I'm trying to, like, when we're done, the first thing I do is like, what connected to your brain? For me, it's always the first thing I think is I got to get their neural pathways tapped. And then I have them put an exclamation for something important, and then I have them circle words they don't know, and perhaps use a question mark if something was confusing. But I appreciate that, Melissa. Not only the relevancy, because we all, if you're teaching English, you're going to read novels. And but if you're teaching content area specifics, there are some rules that we should all agree to live by. And annotation as a way of pulling away from your distracted brain is a great one. Thank you, Melissa. Anybody else want to piggyback on that? That was great.
Jason said in the chat that students use online tutorials, manuals, or a how-to framework to create new effects for videos or camera settings. I feel this is a real-world application and representation of how reading is done now.
Perfect. And I would like to just kind of point out, when we're reading in today's world, it is multiple sources being synergized together frequently. And instead of long text, like that too long to read. I remember when people started putting that, and it was like, is that a joke? You're not going to read this because it's long? But it is a part of, this new generation and how we're presenting information to them in life. So let's start by framing the question. What are the 2 reasons all people read? We all read for 2 reasons. Someone just go ahead and unmute and blast it out there. Whoops, we lost you. Sorry.
Maybe for information and for entertainment.
That's exactly right. Good job. You are a literacy coach. Thank you for joining us today. So you either are reading because you want to read like Harry Potter is always on my desk. You know, we all have those go-to books that we love to read or those articles, and or you're reading for information. So now genuinely think about the last time you were reading to find something out. Like, what is the last time you were reading for information?
Yesterday.
Does somebody want to unmute and share?
Oh, it's Melissa Salazzo.
Oh, Melissa, what did you say?
I said yesterday.
Yesterday. What were you looking for, Melissa?
Well, this is kind of embarrassing, friends out there, but I think I have frozen shoulder. So I was trying to figure out if my symptoms are frozen shoulder or not, and what does that mean? And so lots
Hey,
of, going down the rabbit hole of the Mayo Clinic and WebMD and all that good stuff.
Okay, so first I'll be empathetic that, yeah, I'm sorry that you're experiencing that. Nobody likes physical pain. It is the worst. And that is something, though, Melissa, that resonates with probably everybody on this call. We've all looked up something, right? I had a pain in my hip like 2 months ago, and I was afraid it was sciatic nerve, and it wasn't, but that's what I started with. So here's the thing. When do you stop reading? Thank you for that example. When do you stop reading? If you're reading for information.
I think that depends on the purpose of the information, like the purpose you're looking for. I was reading and doing research for my students on the Count of Monte Cristo. I got to a little bit ahead of my students and I stopped there because I wanted to work with them and then I'll go back. I think sometimes people just continue until they get what they want, or sometimes it branches off into, oh, I found this. What's this mean? And it's a continual cycle.
So that's a really good point, because you are a human being and you're going to read until you get what you wanted. Exactly like Carrie said, the information you wanted, and then you're going to stop. Kids also, guess what? Are going to stop as soon as they find the information that they needed. And many times for students, you are the one telling them when to stop. And so if you think about, I saw somebody, what I would consider to be, did the proverbial mistake of, there was a melanoma reading and she gave them 5 questions, gave them the reading. Now, when a student approaches a reading like that, what are they doing?
Looking for the answers.
They're looking for the answers. And so when you have a reading that you annotate for like 2 or 3 specific purposes, and then you have students collaborate around the 2 or 3 specific purposes, you're reshaping the focus of when I stop reading. So we should never, if you're giving a real clear purpose to a reading, you should never be surprised if students stop reading it prior to the whole thing, if you've told them the information that they're looking for. It is a frame, like it's just a frame of reference for you in making sure you know what you want the takeaway to be and that your learning is designed around that. I think the other thing when I read this question about reflecting authentic ways, how many of you regularly use data and tables and statistics and infographics to accompany a text? And if I was going to say any one challenge, I believe that that would be a challenge that I would put out in front of us, is thinking about, almost never do students get information from just one source in today's world. And there's always this fact checking that has to happen now and bias. And but thinking about it that way. So let's look at number 2. What if we taught literacy as the language of doing, solving, and becoming? Like, that's a lofty question. I must have been feeling particularly lofty when I wrote this one. But what does that mean to you? Or what did your group? You can share, if it's easier, you can share the comment that someone else made in your breakout group, easing you into discomfort.
Our group didn't get a chance to actually dive into this, but one thing that I try with the staff and the students is for them to understand, and this might be a lofty thing to say as well, but it falls like doing, solving, becoming falls under this. Literacy at Trumbull Career and Technical Center is a culture. It is not a subject to learn.
Oh,
we have to do literacy across all content. If you cannot read in your electrical tech class, you are not going to have an easy time passing your web exam, passing your certifications.
Sure.
So literacy is a culture. It is not a school subject.
So, that resonates. When I was first an instructional coach, I got a lot of pushback that, in fact, my book is titled, But I'm
Yes.
Not a Reading Teacher, because back in 2016, from 15 to 18, people just kept saying that to me every time I would go to any group that was not English teachers. And it just hit me one day, insight, see, that I was like, oh, that should be the title of the book. Is that it's just, I'm not a reading teacher. And literacy is everyone's responsibility, no matter what you teach in today's world, because it is the only way to close that achievement gap. But I had that very conversation, Melissa, with an EMT instructor and a fire instructor who were adamant that I was spending too much time on like annotation and literacy and fluency. And she said, my kids just need to get in the truck. It's hands-on. They're coming to us because they want the hands-on. They want the engagement. And finally it hit me, and I said, that's true, but they don't get into the truck without the certification test. And so at some point, students must be able to read in the content area or in the academic area, and they must be able to think like an expert in that area. And so I think that the more that we can be honest about passive reading and how it doesn't mirror the way we live today, I think that is, tapping into even like that Halle Berry neuron and deepening the pathways. So it's all connected, and it just takes me a while to get us all there. Any other questions to that or statements? So I'm going to give you an example before we take our lunch break. I cannot believe it is 11 o'clock already. We're doing well. Is everybody staying there with me? Everybody's good? Okay. So let me go back to sharing my screen. Oops. It gets stuck. Sorry. I'm not sure why. All right, so now everybody knows this image, right? All too well. So remember earlier when I was talking about the little mitochondria here? Does anybody remember the basic working definition of mitochondria?
It's the powerhouse of the cell, isn't it?
That's right, Shannon. It is the powerhouse of the cell. Nice to see you again. Thank you. So most of us remember that one. That's why I always use that example, because we are taught the very simple, it is the powerhouse of the cell. Now, you are in 4th grade, in 7th grade, in 9th or 10th grade. All of us have learned these, and all of us have neural pathways around them that are probably weak. And, think about your neural pathway, like if you're walking in a state park, and sometimes, you're on that main path, which is the BG dog path. It's so deep and wide. And then sometimes you look over and you're like, oh, there's a path. And that might be like the word cell. Like, oh, yeah, I know what a cell is. But then sometimes you see a path that's completely grown over and you think, oh, there is a path there, but I'd have to kind of like machete my way through it. That's mitochondria. Like, have you ever been watching a movie and thought, who is that actor? And then 7 hours later, you're eating dinner and you're like, oh, it was Brad Pitt. That's who it was. That's your brain macheteing through that pathway without you even knowing it. And so I'm just going to tell you a story that really resonates with what we're trying to think about today. And that is, what if literacy was thinking, writing, reading, listening, and speaking? And what if it became a central part of how we engage and problem solve rather than just reading? So I'm giving you this cell. And I'm going to tell you that I one time had the great privilege of sitting in a medical assisting class, and she wanted to refresh how students remembered the parts of a cell. And we had talked, because I was her instructional coach, and we had talked about how can you make it memorable? Because we've done this over and over, and students still don't remember the parts of a cell. So I said, analogies and metaphors really work well. And so she was willing to try a metaphor around these an analogy. And honestly, I really cannot encourage everyone on this call enough to take something that you're teaching that is multifaceted, has parts that connect together. So it can be a car engine, it can be the pieces of a novel, it can be something that you're doing, like in this class, around a cell. It could be the process of igniting a furnace. It can be anything, but make students put it into a metaphor or an analogy. And it is just like one of those insightful moments where a light bulb goes off for a lot of us. So I'm going to share with you this teacher. Well, let's go back. The teacher said, here's what you need to do. You need to take 8 parts of the human cell, and you're going to create an analogy, and you're going to come up and share that analogy with the class. And you're going to say, if a cell was this, here's the different parts, here's how they're represented, and here's how they would work together. And so it was really interesting. And I have to tell you that the whole watching the students come in with a partner and go through their cells, there was 2 boys that had done a little Lego city. And so they had, like, the firehouse represented this, the mayor's office was the nucleus, they had the police station, they had the post office, and they went through it. But the one that I liked the most was these 2 young ladies decided to do a diaper bag. And so they pulled things out of the diaper bag. And here's one of the reasons. I've seen this at baby showers, but it made me laugh so hard. They had taken a diaper as the nucleus, and then they had melted the little candy bar inside of it. And so that was the nucleotoid. And then they talked about, like, the fibers of the diaper as the ribosomes. And then the part of the cell that I never really even thought about before, but I'll never forget from listening to them and seeing their props, they had taken a dirty diaper and put it into a big oversized Ziploc, and they had it so that there was a lot of air in the Ziploc. And then they talked about the vacuole and how the vacuole, it's important to keep the dirty parts enclosed so they don't contaminate the rest of the cell, and remove those. And so I don't remember everything they said, but I will tell you that I can still picture the 2 of them. And this has been like 8 years ago that they did this. And it has always stuck with me. And I bet it stuck with them. And now think about this, because I know that sometimes I worry that people think literacy is this and engagement is this. But do you see what would have had to have happened for them to put this together? Is they would have had to have dove into their textbook or Google, right? And they would have read. And now, when would they have stopped reading? They would have stopped reading when they found all of the information they needed, right? So I'm guessing that they took every one of these vocabulary terms and looked them up, and then started thinking about what has a wall and what can we use. And I have no idea how they came up with the diaper bag, but they did. And so then I'm going to guess probably one of them had a little sister or something. And they started thinking about what all could you put in a diaper bag and how can that connect to this. So now, friends, I want to go back to this. because they were reading for information. They stopped reading when they found the information. But to create the analogy, what all did they have to do here? I'm sure that they questioned. I'm sure that they did some repeated readings. I am sure that they discussed 100% the essence of the entire assignment is organizing and transforming conceptual knowledge. They had to have some metacognition because you have to think about your thinking a lot when you're creating an analogy. They had to summarize, and they were problem solving, right? And in the process of figuring out, okay, so how can we take a vacuole and make it a part of our diaper bag? There is also this feedback exchange that certainly had to have happened. And so when you think about, here is an approach that is going to engage students, it's going to reach these effect sizes that are proven to advance student learning, and it's going to deepen those relationships and go through the whole lesson together. Did anyone on the call do anything similar in terms of taking a concept I'm teaching and leveraging the power of an analogy instead?
I have with teaching aperture, so f-stop for photography and for video. So if you think of the opening of the lens as your eyeball pupil, when you're in a dark space, your pupil gets larger, and so when you have a low light setting, you need to have more light. Not all lenses, but there are some lenses that drop down into a lower number, f-stop number, which opens the lens up as wide as possible to let as much light in. And your eye does that too. And when you are outside, you'll notice that your pupil gets really small because there's already a lot of light. It doesn't need to let more light in. And then I tell them, when you guys get your eyes dilated, when you go to the eye clinic, you'll notice that if you look at your pupil, it's wide, it's large. And that's so they can obviously do their checks. But you don't need that much light if you're in a bright space. So teaching them if you're in a low light setting, open that lens up as wide as you can to let more light in. And if you're in a bright situation, you don't need to have it open as wide. So using the pupil, the eyeball pupil, has helped them correlate, okay, if I need just seeing the similarities between the lens and your eye.
Yeah, honestly, Steph, that is the most I've ever understood aperture. Nice job. Nice job.
Thank you.
Yeah. I am not even joking. That is. So that is, and you see, and the power of it. And so you reference that over and over, I'm sure, as you go through that whole unit, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And we go back to it frequently throughout the year just because they are using manual settings. So putting them in different situations, I tell them okay, so what will we do here for our f-stop? How are we going to change our aperture here? And they're typically pretty good about okay, I need to make the lens allow more light in or not as much light in. And so it helps for them to be able to know that. So yeah.
I love that. Anybody else? I will say, sometimes even when you're reviewing multiple concepts, just challenging students, bring in some prop tomorrow to demonstrate one of these 8 concepts that we've talked about. And I remember one time I did that, and a girl had brought in a Kool-Aid packet, she got water, put it in a container, poured in Kool-Aid, poured in sugar, poured it, and then stirred it with a spoon, and just went through checks and balances. And it was really interesting the way that she described it. And here is the thing that is crucial is it doesn't even have to involve you saying you're right and you're wrong. It is really just this moment of giving students the onus to construct meaning for themselves, right? And again, it's not graded. And so for what Steph shared, you can give students an eye and have them first wrestle with how is an eye like aperture, right? And then, or you can direct instruction it. And just thinking about that is really powerful. Does anybody else have a comment to that?
Steph, Sandy, we have a couple here at SST from the Career Tech. So, matter of fact, I had to ask the question because I didn't know what the word meant. So, Jason, if you'd explain for all of us.
Yeah. So, Foley sound effects are when you use something that is not, you create a sound effect, a sound alike. So, the kids are given a piece of video, they have to create the sound effects for it. One's supposed to be a bone crunch. So, you find out what could be it. Would it be a candy bar? Would it be a piece of paper, a wood? But the greatest, of course, is celery. A couple stalks of celery, and you snap those. It sounds like someone's leg crunching. Different things like that is kind of cool how they use analogies and try to find out what's going on. And it teaches a lot of other things. Michelle's got it.
Oh, yeah, it was Michelle. Then we have another one as well.
Okay, so teaching cosmetology, we have to know about the skin. So I have them use a poster board and just random junk from around their house that they can find to create those layers with the erector pili muscles and the all the layers of the skin and the hair follicle.
Awesome. Thank you.
Am I muted? And do you have students then like go into reading and try to make sure that there's a way to say, you know, like a smooth muscle. So I'm using that vocabulary and then my materials reflect that.
Yes, they have to label everything and they have to know whether it's striated or non-striated. But within that portion of the project, that it's only the erector pili muscle. But yes, they do.
Thought it was striated, but I was really nervous to say it and be wrong. So thank you. Very good. Okay. Yeah. And I love the sound effects. And so just kind of bringing that to life and then really challenging students to create the metaphor, create the analogy, share it out, and then making sure that it connects to some form of literacy on the information finding. So perfect. And I think I don't want to lose track of the time. What time? Oh, it is 11:12, and this is probably a really good spot. So we're going to get deep into the T, the W, the R, the L, and the S, and go through some activities when you get back. And then Melissa and Jody, do you have words to share before we depart for lunch?
All I would say is to be back by 12 o'clock. So I'll put a little timer on. You don't have to exit the meeting, just mute yourself and turn your camera off. That way we don't have to worry about people hopping in and out or getting lost. So enjoy your lunch and we'll see you back here at noon. Jody, do you have anything else?
Sandra, this is Jody. If you could, we're going to test the mic setup for the activity afterwards. So if you in a couple minutes, if you can do that with us, that would be awesome.
Sure. I'm in no hurry.
All right, everybody, enjoy your lunch.
Thank you.
Thank you, Monique and Teresa.
No problem. Thank you. No problem. You're welcome.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, everybody, welcome back. Can you hear me okay? Okay. It said I was muted, but I thought I wasn't. So, okay. Just a couple housekeeping things, making sure the morning's going okay for you. You've been able to find materials. Is there anything anyone needs before we get back into our session with Sandra? One thing I started doing during our session is I have a Padlet going. So if people put links to resources or Sandra mentions something, I'm putting them in a Padlet for you. And then the slide deck and the recording of the session will be there later. And I'll share that out. I'll share the Padlet out before we leave today. And then that recording will get updated. Before the end of the week, it takes a little while to render it once we get it down from Zoom and then back up into YouTube. So just know that's coming. And if you have any resources you want to share, drop them in the chat or send them to me in direct message, and I'll make sure I add them to that Padlet. The next part of our session is going to be, some of us are going to be observing the small group activity that's happening live with Miss Jody Glazer. Jody, you'll have to remember tell everybody where you're located in Ohio when you get on. But before we do that, I want to make sure everybody's got the view they need correct. So if you go to the top of your screen and you slide over to the right-hand side, you'll see the words view and then a little graphic of cubes. You want to click on view and then go to multi-speaker view, because then we'll be able to see the participants in Jody's room, whoever's speaking, and then also the interpreters. So that way you'll remove all the rest of us from the gallery for a while, and we'll just be focusing on Jody and the speakers and interpreters if needed. If you'd like, if you want to turn your camera off for a little while you're observing, that's absolutely fine. And then when Sandra brings us all back together, we can turn them back on to participate. So Sandra, I'm going to go ahead and hand it over to you and get us back in the groove.
Hey, so welcome back, everybody. I hope you all had I'm sure it was a very fast but good lunch. And I just want to say, in coming back to the session, that we are at the slide now that was the introductory piece of reframing language and literacy together, so that you have 5 processes that you're thinking about simultaneously, and that is thinking, writing, reading, listening, and speaking. And so we've already talked about the fact that typically reading and listening are the passive avenues of language development, whereas speaking, writing, and thinking tend to be the more active pieces. And my challenge at 8:30 this morning was to really think about, when you are creating an opportunity in the classroom, when you're designing a lesson, the more that it can encompass all 5 aspects, the better you're going to push students forward in their learning, and most importantly in the retention. The more that you have active learning, it's more likely that students are going to retain that information. So we talked about the big 4 moments, and we've looked at collaboration and experienced prototyping and the Google Slide Share and a couple of other types of learning. So now I'm going to give you just a dive into the T, the W, the R, the L, and the S. And we're going to start with something that I love, and it's called a matrix. And so I feel that a matrix is something that is really oftentimes overlooked, and it has a lot of power in the T, in the thinking. And it causes you to have to be reflective, to speak, to listen. And it is a really good example also of writing to learn instead of learning to write, which falls into that formative world. And As Ohioans, how many of you are familiar with Kathy Hamilton? Dr. Hamilton, is she from Ohio? I think she's the Cincinnati area, but I might be wrong. But I saw her one time, and geez, not to date myself, but it was 20 years ago. So she also could not be maybe active right now. But she challenged us in the room when she did a presentation. Like I said, it was over 20 years ago, but she said, at the end of the day, when the students leave the building, how do they leave? What's their energy level? And, I was teaching on the senior hall at the time, so kids were like sprinting literally past my door. And because we had a bottleneck parking lot and they wanted to get out, and so they were sprinting past my door. So she said that, and I was like, oh yeah, my neural pathway opened right up to seeing those kids just buzz by my door. And then she said, now, an hour later, how did teachers leave? And then she did this terrible little mimic of all of us holding all of our stuff and rolling our suitcase behind us. But at the time I was teaching AP and I was reading all of the standard-based document questions. And so I also resonated with that. And she said, make the shift, like stop doing all the work. Your best teaching and the best learning happens when students have to do the work. So I have never looked back. That message from Kathy Hamilton all those years ago transformed how I presented things in class. And so I encourage you to do the same. And I think sometimes we give students a Nestle Toll House cookie, those little chocolate chip, the yellow bag, and the recipe is right there. Sometimes our instruction is too much like that and not enough of what I call flexibility in a frame. So you can tell, like the Google slideshow, I didn't give you a lot of directions on purpose. I wanted it to be a little messy because I want you to think. And I want everything that we do to be just, here's a little bit of guidance, but let it come from you. Like, let it be authentic to you and the way you're thinking and the way you design. And so the same is going to be true as we dive into the T on the thinking. And so the thinking tools are really meant to help students expand their ideas, but also how do you reorganize and transform that conceptual knowledge? So we did the crazy eights, and when we did the moments, grab a slide, my moment was learning the power of client pitches. So we're going to get into that. But before we do, we're going to look at two different kind of matrices. And Jody and her team, thank you from all of us. You guys are great. You're going to go on camera and mic for the rest of us. And this is what we would normally do all together, but we're really just trying to hone in on this hybrid model. So a 2x2 matrix, you can read here, that just says, challenge students to use criteria to organize and analyze their thinking. And so one of the cardinal mistakes we make when we use a matrix is we give students an organizer, or we show one on a slide or on the whiteboard where the criteria is already there. And I want to go into the Dr. Hamilton thinking, what if we didn't do that? What if we teach students how they need to be the ones to come up with what is going on the X and the Y axis? And and that really steps into that ownership. And Melissa, our literacy coach friend on the call, was talking about authenticity and relevancy. And this is another way to do that. And so when you think about how much ownership of a lesson you're giving students, that only comes with being flexible, not doing the Nestle Toll House wrapper recipe. So we never want to do that. And so I am going to show you. So everybody in the group, are you ready to model how I might do this with students? Yes?
Yep.
Yeah. Everybody on the call, I am going to guess no matter what you teach, at some point between August, September, May, and June, all of us have a moment where we try to emphasize to students the difference between subjective and objective. Do you think I'm close? Do you think everyone has some kind of learning they do around that? So that's what I'm going with that because I thought that was something that might really connect to everybody on the call. So you can see over here that a 2x2 matrix is simply the students coming up with two different qualities, one going up and down the x-axis and one going on the y. So I might start by saying, my kids and I were arguing the other day about where to eat dinner, and it's so subjective, but then my daughter was adamant that one restaurant was the best, and she started giving us a lot of evidence to that point. So when you think about this activity, I am going to challenge you to make something that seems subjective, like up to me in my opinion, objective and factual. So you are going to divide up into two groups of 3. So you may already know how you're going to divide up. And here's your task. I'm going to show you a visual. And when I do, it has 10 different restaurants. And I want you and your partners at your whiteboard, and don't let the other group hear you. We don't want to share out yet. And when you are getting to the board, what I want you to do is to pick 2 criteria. So I want you to take a high and a low and a high and a low and plot out an x-axis and a y-axis. And once you figure out your 2 criteria, you are going to use Chipotle, Burger King, Chick-fil-A, Panera, KFC, Jimmy John's, Whataburger, McDonald's, Panda Express, and Taco Bell. And you are going to plot them all into one of the 4 quadrants. Okay, so on your mark, get set. We'll go 7 minutes, and then we will all be observing you as you work. Go.
Carlos tell you to tell me that. Yeah.
Yeah, mics
She's
are
always
hot.
nervous. I'm gonna say something.
Mics are hot.
So we need to do
Hi.
the matrix.
Welcome
and
to
so
talking about restaurants.
Sandra, if you stop sharing, that would be awesome.
And experts.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm being goofy. Don't worry.
Andrew, if you'll stop sharing your screen, we'll probably be able to, we'll be able to see these people.
it's not very straight.
I need.
You're gonna get that right in your
Okay.
your drawing.
Again?
So high quality, low quality. And
Then we
then
need,
synthetic
restaurants.
and
Natural.
natural. Mhm.
Okay, now wait, I can hear that you're choose your own criteria. Jody?
Oh, choose our own criteria?
Yeah, you can't use my criteria. You have to choose your own.
Choose our own.
Yeah, worked out.
Sandra, can we see yours again?
You need to choose your own criteria, teams.
Okay. So what do you guys want to do? Taste? You guys want to do high taste, low taste?
Wait a minute.
Cost,
So
high cost, low cost? What do you want to do? Want to go?
What did you
Yeah,
What do you-
we're on teacher salaries, right?
Yeah,
But
yeah,
I'm sure
yeah, so-
cost has to be a factor.
And high cost for your taste.
Yeah.
Bang for your buck.
Flavor.
Me, I'm going.
Flavor, good flavor.
This calls for French fries. I'll be right back.
Not so.
Not so good. Okay. All right. And now I'll
Okay,
get,
I need colors.
I'll get my book. All that.
I think I found a picture of it.
I found it. I put it in the chat.
Oh, okay. I Google searched.
Good job.
Oh, where are they at?
There we go.
Oh, they're in the chat.
Google search. I found the image on Google.
I don't know about cost because I'm not sure they're all getting higher and higher. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but
So,
dude,
let's do quantity then. Huh?
Okay.
You know?
I don't know because some of them are real expensive, some are okay.
Okay, which ones are the most expensive and have good flavor? Let's start there.
All right. So I would say what are expensive and good flavor? I would-
Chipotle for sure.
Chipotle.
Love
Right, but Chipotle's as much as all of them now. Like you said.
Chipotle's expensive.
Yeah, but I mean, if you go to Chipotle, you're gonna spend $10, $11 for a meal, right? That's what
Yeah.
you spend on any of them if you get a value meal.
Right.
Yeah, you're
You
true.
want to go
You're
with,
true.
you want to go with quantity then instead of cost?
Should get quite a bit.
Well,
Make- You already got Taco Bell? What is? Yeah.
Bad taste.
I have bad taste, high cost.
Yeah.
You
Oh,
did
no, we
not
didn't
yet.
get-
Undo that, but that's all right.
So then I think we have to, so if low cost would be a good thing now, right?
Yes, this
So
is good with good flavor.
we want to flip it so that it's left to right though. Since that's usually positive goes to the right, or that doesn't matter. Who cares? Do we
What?
want,
Good. I can't flip it. I already.
so like
flipped it.
really good
Okay.
can be in the left column instead of the right, is that all right?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
yeah, really good's going to be, you're going to have a lot for your
It'll be
money.
here.
Really fit in a quadrant because we don't know what it is. Yeah, see, that we would. Huh. Like that.
Cost, but you don't get a lot. You know what I
It's
mean?
not even low cost anymore.
Let's do this.
Huh? It's not even low cost anymore.
Yeah.
It's expensive.
I'm just gonna test here because I don't want to get confused. All right, so what are you writing? Chipotle,
Where we start? Chipotle?
you think?
Let's
Okay.
start, we'll go left to right, so Chipotle.
Chipotle.
Did you get a big portion?
Yeah.
Gotta go there.
Oh, what's this?
Chipotle.
Yeah, oh, he's made a pepper. What was that, Burger
Alright.
King?
Burger King.
Okay.
So Burger
Now,
King.
Burger King's gonna be high cost. You don't get a lot. I mean, burgers kind of shrunk a little bit
Yeah.
as far as the portion goes.
Right.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And what about the flavor? I mean, there's a good flavor, but then there's the aftermath.
Well, it's fake though. They, like,
Yeah, it's pretend
shoot
beef.
smoke into it.
Liquid smoke.
Yeah.
So do you
We,
want to put it?
we
in
want
your-
burger barf to go.
Yeah,
Wait,
that's
wait.
right.
Do we have an orange more?
Yeah.
Do you have more colors?
Uh-uh.
Oh.
Give me a
I thought you
brown,
had
I'll make them
orange.
fun.
That's what I was gonna do.
Yeah. We'll put burger barf right there. Right here? Right on the line, maybe? Or below?
Below.
Below the line. Burger
Yeah.
barf down there. Yeah. Hi, and welcome to Restaurant 101, a guide to your buying of these wonderful
So that
different
would
ways.
be Chick-fil-A.
Chick-fil-A. Now, Chick-fil-A that's lots of money.
I feel like they're all pretty much similar though. Now, you know what I mean?
But
But for the
combining
portion,
these guys, would you go to KFC or
say-
Chick-fil-A for your sandwich?
Burger King or Chick-fil-A?
Yeah, and I'm just
Definitely
saying.
Chick-fil-A.
All right, well,
Without
but
a
Kentucky Fried Chicken, Chick-fil-A.
Oh, okay.
Ooh, yeah, see? Now we
Chick-fil-A.
talk. Yeah, see, there you go.
Ketchup on it?
Yeah,
This is Burger King.
all right.
All right.
So now.
So what are we doing? What's the
So
next
now we're
one?
doing
Take a
Chick-fil-A.
Chick-fil-A. And Chick-fil-A, it's good flavor.
Oh, their
But
sandwich
it's
is huge.
They,
but their cost is pretty
Tasty.
high. So that'd put Chick-fil-A somewhere in here, maybe. You know, you get a decent portion, but you're paying for it. You know what I mean? High cost,
I I
Yeah.
would say in this range somewhere. Yeah.
right in there. Okay. What's Chick-fil-A look like?
That's red.
Let me take a peek at it.
Red.
Look at that real quick. That'll make it look like a chicken, right? Yeah, gotcha.
Careful not to slide left.
Yeah,
You guys catch that?
gotcha. And that's the twink and the beak.
Yeah, I'm impressed.
Yeah.
So,
So
Fila.
I ain't filling that whole thing out. It's too much
That's
writing.
just chicken. Okay, we're good. And now we got Panera.
Oh, Panera's
Oh,
expensive.
yeah.
That's up here.
But do you get them? I haven't been to Panera in years.
Me
You get a
either.
lot?
I don't know.
Or is it okay?
I feel like I've only gotten
It's very
like
expensive.
bagels there.
It's flavorless to me.
Good. Then
It's
we'll
kind
take
of
your,
bland.
yeah, we'll take you.
So the cost is expensive and you don't get a lot. So
Right.
out here?
Yeah.
All right.
I'm just gonna write it with green.
Okay. Now, have you done Jimmy John's?
I have.
I have never had a Jimmy.
I have. I'm a fan, but it's really expensive. Like $18 a tub.
Oh.
Now we're talking. Anybody want fries?
It's gonna eat.
Dave's Cosmic Subs. Far out, man.
Okay.
So now we got KFC.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
I would say it's similar, right?
Right. It's kind of middle.
Right in here?
Yeah.
Think it.
Right in here?
You think it's lower. Well,
I'd say it's about
it's
the
like
same,
or $30 for a bucket of chicken.
but I would
Yeah.
also say that it's not as. Yeah, I would
You
say
go
like right
KFC
around.
here?
I would say, yeah,
Mhm.
I would say it's like there.
Oh, man.
I'm doing the old style bucket.
I like it.
I kind of wanted black, but that's okay.
As then we'll work our way around the circle. So
All right,
then
so who's next?
next would be
JJ's?
Jimmy John's.
All right. Never been there, Ryan. You got to help us out.
Yeah.
Right.
It's real. I think it's good. I would say
What's
it's like
the cost?
like this, but it's like kind of ridiculous.
They don't give you
Is it-
lunch?
You, yeah, but you're gonna pay for it. Like it's like if
Oh.
you get like a big sub, it's like $18.
Oh,
You know,
gotcha. So it's not like, they're not gonna a gut buster for just a
Yeah.
couple bucks. Not like going to Sal Mari's
yeah,
back in the
right,
day.
right.
You'd have the
Yeah.
mayonnaise running down to your elbow.
That's right. I feel like we're exposing ourselves right now and our terrible eating habits, for everyone to hear.
Okay.
All right, Whataburger. I've never had.
I've never
Whataburger,
had
so
Whataburger, so we don't. I
we'll
have
skip
no
that.
idea.
Save it for last. Mickey
We just
D's.
put it with Mickey McDonald's.
I mean,
They're getting more.
I would say
spicy,
on the line, but like,
like right here.
well, I should
not
say like
real
as far as
good and-
yeah, I don't like it. I would say not so good.
Down
But
here.
I would
But
say it's probably the cheaper of the options
do you
we
get
have.
more? Do you get more of a portion than Burger King? Or is it about the same? Because I can't eat McDonald's.
I can't either.
Yeah. Turns into a rock.
I mean, I'm kind of a health nut myself.
Yeah, I can
Make sure
see
I
that.
throw that
Absolutely.
out there for everybody.
Leave like
They're
a
judging
McDonald's.
me
Did
right
you ever
now.
see the experiment where they leave the McDonald's hamburger just sitting there on a plate for like a month and a half and it
Yeah.
doesn't
We need
move?
more colors.
It's insane.
Do we have more colors on the table? Like yellow?
So let's. I'd say it's like,
Like in here.
yeah, that would be my. What do you think?
Yeah.
Yeah.
not
All right.
that great. I haven't eaten it for so long.
I mean, it is subjective.
Okay. Yeah.
Huh?
We're almost
Think I
done.
brought that back around.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Where are you gonna put Mickey D's?
All right. What's the next one? Guys?
Super
Panda
Panda.
Express. Oh, and then Taco Bell. We do Taco Bell? I feel like we talked about it.
We did not do.
Yeah.
We should have done this on indigestion level. The cost you pay after.
That's why I do wait till we talk about Taco Bell to get there.
Yeah. Good going down. Bad on the after.
Panda
Okay,
Express,
great.
everybody's small favorite, right?
Mhm.
Uh-huh. I'd say a little costly, but pretty
Good
good.
flavor.
But
Yeah.
good.
Okay.
I'd say
Did you land him
somewhere-
here? Land him here?
Or, yeah, I'm sorry, I'm on the wrong side again.
About there?
About here.
Nah, I'd say so.
Okay.
There's a panda.
And
What's your
then,
Is it expensive though?
yeah, I feel like all of them are pretty close to the same nowadays,
All right.
but yeah, I would
Yeah.
say so. I would say
Andy
it's probably
right there.
The
more.
most expensive side. This is
Yeah.
the low cost side.
So then, it's right here then.
Okay.
And then our last is Taco Bell.
I'm like blind.
No
Does
pizza.
not look anything like a panda, but
I'll do the what with a big question mark.
yeah, that's good.
Like it has like Wonder Woman vibes. Okay.
I know.
They're all over Michigan.
That's about as good as.
Are you the perfect students over there that are done?
Oh yeah.
Bringing down. Yeah, it's beautiful.
Like so jealous of your abilities.
Oh God, stop it.
You're wonderful. That's incredible.
I don't have the thing
All right.
drawn around it, but it's okay.
Some good work. That's some good work.
All right, everybody should be able to tell what all that stuff.
I mean,
Well done.
we were up against the gifted group apparently, so. Yeah, we probably eat more too, right?
Oh, yeah.
You guys are done for.
Yeah.
There's no.
Prior knowledge is a real thing.
That's a beautiful.
Oh my God, Nikki, seriously, you went with the sticky notes again.
Jody, are you the teacher now?
Yeah, yes, so.
Hey, Vanna.
There we go. There over here.
Oh, we did the same things.
Okay, did you pick the same categories?
Yeah.
Unknowingly?
Well, ours was cost per portion.
Okay, so wait, I'm just gonna have one of you stand up, tell us your y-axis, your x-axis, and then it's quadrant 4 that we care about. So we want to know like what is in that upper right-hand corner that is the best.
Come on.
So tell us your criteria.
All right, so our two criteria was cost and taste.
Okay.
And so we kept it very simple, high cost, low cost. We use kind of like $10 as our basis. So, you know, if a meal cost $10 less or more, again, right around that target area, then we placed it higher above the $10 roughly over on this side, the lower cost obviously being below that. And taste good versus taste bad was probably more arbitrary considering depending on what we thought. So we took each one of the restaurants and kind of like, okay, do we like the taste? Do we not like the taste? So it was either like thumbs up, thumbs down. And do we think it was above the $10 or below the $10 or, you know, where that, and then we place them respectively into the quadrants. So under high cost, good taste, we got Chick-fil-A. You're gonna laugh at that. I don't say Chipotle right either. Panera Bread and Panda Express under taste good, lower cost, Taco Bell and Jimmy John's under taste bad, low cost, BK McDonald's, and under high cost, taste bad, KFC. And off the chart was that W1 because we didn't know what it was and none of us have eaten there.
Okay, very fair, very fair. So you remove that out. So can you tell us your first name?
Nikki.
Nikki, I'm sorry. So Nikki, can you tell us, did you have any discussion around the criteria? Did you all really quickly agree to the criteria?
I think we quickly agreed to what like the taste and the cost. We had a little bit of discussion, but we wanted to keep it simple. So when we placed them, we could, you know.
Was anybody a holdout when you were doing the Post-it note part? Did anybody disagree that you had to work through?
No, we had no disagreements. We're like,
nobody disagreed?
Yeah, no, we were
okay.
efficiently and effectively and quickly.
Nice. Okay. So your group, if I said, where are we going for dinner, you would choose Jimmy John's or Taco Bell based on this and making it objective, right?
Well, it depends on if you care about the money.
Let's
You
assume
didn't
that.
really, you didn't ask us to talk about that where we were going for dinner. You just said put them in a category. So,
Well,
I mean, that would be another discussion because, you know, if money's not a factor, I'm probably going to a taste good and I don't care about the cost.
okay. So if you taste good and what would be the other criteria? So if I took money out, what would be your other criteria?
Probably maybe then for me, whether I want to sit in a restaurant or if I want to carry out. That's me
You're
personally.
you're gonna go taste, and since you're an adult, we don't really care about the money part now. So if I feel like eating in or if I feel like taking out.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
And then that is a real frame of reference, right?
Yes.
So what did I as the teacher just do for Nikki? What did I just do?
Redirection.
Yeah, I gave her some probing questions so that she would have to think and then answer on the fly, right? Thank you, Nikki. We'll come back to you, so don't go far. Thank you. Okay, next group.
All right. So in ours, what we did was we went with flavor as well, but we also said cost per portion, cost low portion, cost high portion, get more bang for your buck. Okay. Got to feed the kids and me. Need a lot of energy in here. So what we did was
Wait, what's your first name?
my first name, Jason.
Jason. So before Jason starts, we should see Jimmy John's and Taco Bell, right? But we don't. Okay, so go
Jimmy
ahead.
John's is here. Taco Bell is there.
Okay.
Yeah. In our idea
Go
of it
ahead
is
and explain yours. I'm sorry.
sure, Jimmy John's has got some good taste to it and everything, but you don't get as much as you're going to get unless you're going to dive in deep, get the $18 submarine that's only this big, you know, and you get it stacked up high. We're talking about more bang for the buck. So go to Chipotle, get a bowl, $18. You get everything you want on it. You get to pick that, and it's got great taste and it's a lot of food. And especially if you ask for the guacamole as an add-on, not a side, and then they give it to you on that one. That's how you do that. Save about $3 on that one. That's a free tip. So the Chipotle's there, the Chick-fil-A and the KFC, as you see, more flavor, same cost, same quantity. But you know, KFC, the flavor and you know, a little bit of the after effect of the grease puts it down there. Then there's Burger Bar down here with Taco Bell. And then Panera's over here because that's a lot of costs and you don't get a whole lot. And sometimes that's pretty bland as well with Panera. So we had to put it down that direction.
Okay. Okay. Now, so you both chose taste and cost. You just went at it a different way.
Yeah.
And so if we went through this and we would have to say that Jimmy John's is the best.
We'd have to say you're going to get bang for your buck here.
No.
Chipotle's your biggest bang for the buck because you
No,
get
I'm
more
saying-
food and better taste.
But
Because
I'm
the cost,
saying if you take yours with Nikki's, Jimmy John's is the winner both times.
Chipotle is here.
No,
They
no.
got low cost and taste good.
Mm-hmm.
So,
Yeah, but see how only one is in the same quadrant 4.
oh, gotcha.
And so, and so that's like the opportunity then to explain to students. So, you know, all of these restaurants might be good, but when you are choosing criteria, and then if you wanted to move this into like a higher order, now I know that you would do something much more meaningful than where do we want to eat, but you can also then say, so if we were 15, how might a 15-year-old use different criteria? Or, okay, so now I want you to take criteria that an 85-year-old person would use, or take criteria that a 4-year-old person would use. And so you can start to build like some concept mapping and really thinking about widening perspective and how that impacts subjective thinking.
Gotcha.
Yeah,
Cool.
good job. You guys did a really good job with that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so to the whole group then, we have probing questions, feedback, challenging each other, small group learning, and then the whole thing was done as a think, pair, share, right? Oops, where did you guys go?
Oh, hey guys, hold up. Jody told us to head back. So
Yes, we agree.
Don't head back. Don't head back.
mom back. Ryan, grab my chair. Bring it up for you.
So as students, did you provide each other with feedback?
Well, yeah. Yeah. A lot of talking back and forth. And a couple places I've never been, so I had to rely on their input as to, what it was. And then of course, again, no, we're all from the same area, so there's been no experience with Whataburger except zipping by it.
Yes. Okay. There you go. So with the six of you, depending on what you teach, what is what is a lesson or an idea that you could use where students have to evaluate something based on criteria?
I would use news information programs or possibly YouTube channels that are out there that they watch. What's more entertaining? What is factual? What is more educational and non-factual? Something along those lines. Let them kind of figure out where those should go, or more responsible maybe. Let them come up with the criteria of it, but do something that's going to be within inside of their shared experience, and then let them go ahead and grab that.
I love that. Anybody else?
We do something similar to that in terms of when we're looking up medical diseases. They have to look at the common signs and symptoms, the common medical treatment. That's going to help them implement those care measures of the patients that they're care of. So, the big push is stay away from Wikipedia because not all the information it is accurate from there. So trying to get them to evaluate the resources where they're getting their information and making sure that it's relevant and true.
Thank you. Thank you, Nikki. That's perfect. One more? Anybody?
I think with my class, because I teach cosmetology, and Annie's class, she teaches graphic design. Looking at different, say maybe ways to color hair or different advertising to see what pops and what doesn't. You know what I mean? To have them compare to see where they could go with that color or with that advertising.
Yeah, I love that. And then and getting them to think about what's more important, porosity or like the actual chemical, or you could put any two criteria together, right?
Right, yeah.
And challenge students in that way. That's great. Does anybody else that of the six of you have a comment to the whole? Did you feel like, I mean, I know it was with restaurants, but did you feel like it was a lift in the rigor of thinking?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I think
I just
so.
wanted
I
to
think
make it
that,
also something doable.
right. And then I think as a teachers that you can kind of govern the assignment a little bit based on the parameters that you give as well for how deep you actually want them to think. So you can leave it open-ended where they can come to conclusions on their own and investigate and debate, or you could really narrow it down to kind of narrow their focus into an area that you think is going to be more beneficial.
It's cool too, the way that they'll guide each other into their criteria, but have that automatic give and take of, yeah, but, and they'll start the discussion where they'll go back and forth. I think that's a very important part on that.
Okay, perfect. So in the natural flow of what we're doing right now, the next thing would be to look at the 4 capture matrix. But since this is actually working very well, the whole group, participants who are watching, you can, Jamie, I can see you on camera. Will you give me a thumbs up? Can you hear this well too? And everything's good? Okay, so in the essence of this is going to be, would the 6 of you be willing? I'm sure Jody would give you a treat at the end of the day if you would do this. Would you be willing to model something on the fly for the rest of the group too?
I'm in.
Okay.
Then
Okay.
that we just
So,
did.
so for this to work, what we need to do is, everybody that is a participant right now, this is, if I was going to go home and use any one strategy tomorrow, that is the essence of getting good small group, getting good classroom discussion through frequent formative checks for understanding. I want to use one that is called the 30-second talk about. And I have a video link to a blog that you can see later to just see a really old video of me doing this with students. But it's great to see it modeled so that you see the simplicity of it. So if you're all willing, participants, it's called the 30-second talk about. And what I would like you all to do is to stand up close to that table and face off with a partner. So you're just going to literally stand facing to face. And then when I do this with students, I talk about the need to respect the 2-foot bubble, which is which you're not doing, Jason. So it's a 2-foot, 2.5-foot space that makes us feel really comfortable. And so when we do the twirls acronym, remember earlier today when I said we're going to shift listening to active listening? Do you remember that? Okay, this is the perfect way to express to students that the best kind of listening is active listening, which means that you are going to be paraphrasing back what someone else says. Now, do you also remember earlier when I said we were doing the crazy eights and I said, now if I'm the teacher, so Jody, you're the teacher in this scenario, please, you're never going to just go sit behind your desk. And Jody, you're going to be a good teacher, so you're never doing that. So Jody is going to weave around you as you perform this task, okay? And so you don't have to worry about moving. You're perfect, just like this. So, whoops, I think we lost your camera.
Check your HDMI.
Did we lose it? Are we okay? Oh, no, you're there. I'm sorry. I just lost my view. Okay, so what we want you to do is look for who is the taller person. So always, this is a good way to start it. So taller person, you are, and tall is relative, so it's a safe category. Taller person, you are going to be the talker. Shorter person, you are going to be the listener. Now, the goal of this, if I was in an actual classroom, I would have students spread out and use the whole space of the room. So the goal of this task is to talk for 30 seconds. If I'm the talker, I'm setting my phone. You're going to talk for 30 seconds without stopping on the topic that I give you. Now, if you're the listener, you're not off the hook because you are going to actively listen and then you're going to paraphrase back what the other person said. Does that make sense?
Or my own interpretation.
Okay, so taller person, we are going to start with the acronym twirls and how it is a tool for how you teach with respect to all 4 components of language plus T. So 30 seconds, taller person, I want you to tell the shorter person everything you know about the twirls acronym at this point and how it connects to the age of acceleration.
Writing.
Okay, ready? 30 seconds, go.
Speaking. No, go. Okay, I'll kick it off. So twirls is the teaching, the writing, the reading, listening, speaking, and everything. So
Always writing things for them to reference, especially list tasks, how to do them.
Okay, stop. Now, this is a really effective strategy because A, nobody can even question whether you're grading this, right? This is obviously a formative check for understanding. Jody, as the teacher, as you weave around, is it easy for you to know who knows what?
Absolutely. Actually, it was kind of interesting is one of the guys came in late, so they just quickly swapped and the shorter one took the lead because the taller one got in a little bit late. So, but it was obvious, yeah, that they all had been paying attention, kind of knew it and had also made connections to other learning as they talked.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. And so if you're in a classroom and you have 5 minutes to the bell, there is no better way to end the 5 minutes, in my view, than to have people stand up because they're ready to stand up anyway. And if you're in the lab, you can rehash some kind of sequencing of the skills necessary to develop mastery. If you want to revisit some concepts, if you want to connect something you taught today to something they already knew. And then if the time is running quick, you can just simply go like this. Shorter person, please raise your hand if you were able to stay on task if your person was able to talk on topic the whole time. So then shorter people, if they did that, okay. And then the bell rings, class is over, I'm amazing, and goodbye. Or there's 5 more minutes, and then I would say, I could easily go to each of the listeners and say, can you tell us something they said? Now, there's a little bit of beauty to this, and it is, if you take a student who has anxiety with group talking, you're putting them with one person. And then for even the person who is talking out to the group, you're just paraphrasing what the other person said. So there's a little safety in that as well. So let's do a quick role reversal. So talker, you become the listener. Listener, you become the talker. And I am going to I'm going to challenge you to describe what construct meaning for themselves, how that resonates to you, and something you have recently taught that you think students could use more time to construct meaning for themselves. So you're reflecting on something you've recently taught, and what is something that you taught that you think, you know what, I'm not sure if I actually gave students an opportunity to construct meaning for themselves, and how might you do that? Okay, so it's a little bit of a bigger lift. Okay, 30 seconds. That's your goal. Shorter person, you are now the talker. On your mark, get set, go.
Presentation or the end of the week to see how much they actually seeing them come in. But I got that opportunity for one of my students to see that a couple weeks ago. There was an incident at
Kind of flipping the script and allowing them to kind of like experience that instead of just learning dates, times, and in individuals, names, that kind of thing.
Okay, stop. All right. So again, I could go through it and pull out, or I could just say taller people, did they talk on topic? And does anybody want to share one? Nobody has to.
Yeah.
If you want.
I was just thinking about how this strategy would be really good for review and spiraling. At the beginning of class, that interleaving, making sure that kids connect back to what they've learned previously so they could build on it.
Thank you. Honestly, I think that and the reason I said if you're going to start anything tomorrow, try this, because it is great to give a little bit of movement. If you're teaching a lot and students need to just figure something out, or you want to see what have they retained so far. And you can make this a 1 minute talk about, you can do a 20-second talk about, whatever you want, and you can change it up. But I have found this to be quite an effective tool. So when I realized that there were 6 of you and this was working well, I wanted to just capitalize on that. So thank you for letting me do that. All right. And thank you for the matrix activity. Very nicely done. You guys, everybody, a round of applause. Yay.
Hey, here you go, Ryan. Yep.
5.
Thank you, Jody. You're getting lots of applause, lots of thumbs up. Nice job. Now, should we put our view back on gallery or leave? Yes.
Yeah, that'd be great. You can go back to gallery.
Those
That
of you
worked
though
very well. Thank you.
those of you wanting to see the interpreter though, keep it on multiple view. Or multi-speaker so that you can see Sandra and the interpreter.
Got it. So when we talk about the use of matrices, there are many times where we just tell students information rather than giving them pause to really think through it. And a matrix, a 2x2 matrix, is a significant part of the Stanford learning design model, and we're going to get more into that. But the feedback capture matrix is another tool that I really want to encourage you to try to use as let's say that you are teaching, even, who was the person that we started with? They were talking about the CPR with pride. At the beginning, we were looking at teaching CPR in the beginning because it gives students a thing to be proud of. They're mastering this. So do you remember back when KWL charts, if you're a new teacher, I'm sure you know what they are, but maybe not how they originated. But KWL charts are what you know, what you want to know, and what you learned. And they are meant to be up for a while and not just say like a 2x2 matrix is obviously I'm doing this activity and then I'm done. But a feedback capture matrix is different. This is where you would divide it into 4 categories with a plus for work, a delta for change, question mark for questions, and a light bulb for ideas. And so let's say that I'm going through and I'm doing a CPR unit, and then I stop after the first round of instruction and students practicing the first few steps, and then I say, okay, so let's do post-it notes on what worked. And students would have an opportunity to go over and type in there or put on post-it notes what worked for them, and then you might say, what questions do you still have? And so students would put on the questions. And let's say that I keep going, and then we do infant, and we do different situations. And so when you can keep this up so that students can continually go over and add post-it notes or remove post-it notes or mark that, yeah, that one got answered now if it's a question. And then as I go, I can build the skills when I move from CPR to vital signs. And it's just a way that you can continually check the pulse of the class. I know somebody who used this in, does anybody teach crime scene investigation or forensic science or anything like that? Somebody had done this and they had watched a couple of crime scene investigator clips, and then they challenged students to put in like what worked, and what do you think they should have done differently, what changes to make, what are the questions you have. And then after they watched a few and the students captured their own feedback, then they went to developing their own crime scene with the one he had told me, so I don't mean to offend anybody, but there was a death of a dog and there was a scene and they had to investigate what happened to the dog. And then they would track ideas around that. So depending on what you teach, both of these types of matrix can be really helpful. It's just dependent upon your area and like what are your instructional needs at the time. And wait, I got to see what that one is. Okay. And so is it possible, Jody and Melissa, I want to give people a minute to think about in group the 2x2 matrix, the feedback capture matrix, and then a comparison matrix. Is it possible for me to I can share this in the group chat. I want them to be able to see this while they're talking. Is that possible? while they're in
It's-
breakout, right?
It's hard when they go to breakout, but
Yeah.
if you share the link and they click on the link,
Yeah.
then
Okay.
they can do that.
Okay. That's what I
You might
thought.
want you might want to take editor off that and just say view.
Oh, I did just save that as editor, didn't I? Thank you, ma'am. Yeah, and this is my do better for the next time I do a hybrid. Like, how do I? Yeah, I just needed to send a document ahead of time that people could print. I believe that would have saved this. So I apologize, everyone. We are learning as we go. See, I practice what I preach.
We're just happy you're able to do this for us so all the people around the state can join in on
Yeah.
this learning.
This is the largest hybrid 6-hour session I have ever done, so I'm excited. So we have the 2x2 that you had the great visual of watching. We have the feedback capture, which is meant to be more of an ongoing kind of matrices. And then you have this comparison matrix. And the comparison matrix is where you are taking criteria and characteristics of that criteria, and then getting students to see, is it similar or is it different? And this is something that you can definitely put into use in your classroom. And I'm just curious to see, before we go any farther, what you might do. So I'll give you an example. A friend of mine teaches dental. And with dental, she was really struggling to get students to see the difference between the hygienist, the assistant, and the dentist with just a very typical hour procedure where someone comes in for x-rays, a cleaning, and then the dental part afterwards. And you can tell I'm not a dentist. And then she gave characteristics like lab prep, patient care, post-patient communication, prepping and sterilizing, and then just really said to students, okay, so let's see what you can do, and gave them time to work on this, and then just pulled it apart together. And I would love to see, I gave you the link in the chat if you can open it. I'd like to just give everybody a chance to do a breakout group, maybe like 6 or 7 minutes, that we can have a time in a small group just to say, okay, here's how I feel about the 2x2. Here's how I feel about the feedback capture, this comparison matrix. Which of those three might fit something that I'm doing or lessons that I have coming up, and what you just basically your reaction to that. So we could just do a random breakout, or we could go to the same ones. Jody, are you always in charge of the breakout?
Yes, we're gonna go to the same breakouts. This is
Okay.
Jody. She's got a little bit of a cold.
Thank you, Jody, Chris. All right, so send us off. Everybody knows the task at hand? We're good. Okay, thank you.
And remember, if you have trouble getting into a room, just message us in the chat and we'll get you to one. Michelle, do you want moved out of that room? You need number 1.
Sorry, you can't hear me. It wouldn't let me click to move in at this time. I don't know why. That option didn't pop up.
Okay, so which one do you want to go into?
Oh, it
Melissa?
looks like my whole group is for some reason. Melissa, Sadlowski, Kelly, they were all 17, and for some reason they can't get in either. Thank you.
You're welcome.
I have not been assigned to a breakout room yet.
Okay, Shannon, I'm working on it. Do you know what room you want to go to?
Well, I was with SST 7, but I mean that wherever you put me, I don't know where the options for rooms are. I'm so sorry.
That's
I'm
okay.
looking. Okay, got it. Thank you.
You're welcome. Let's see. All right, I'm just going to add people to rooms, and if you need to be in something else, please hop out of that room and tell me. Everybody got moved.
There we go.
There we go. So in holding to my doing the entire day as a giant think, pair, share, I know our breakout session had different uses for all three of the matrices. Is there anybody who wants to share out a thought from your breakout or move forward? Okay, so I would challenge you all to use those and just thinking about your own instruction and what fits for you. And then if you want editor access, just email me and I'm happy to send you even like my dental options and things. That way you don't have to reinvent the wheel. But, oops, sorry. I am challenged today.
So friend Crystal put a link in the chat where you can it'll force you to make a copy of the comparison matrix. And I also downloaded and made it a Word document that's going to be in the Padlet.
Good, thank you. Perfect. And here is just a quick little, just think about this. I don't know where everybody is in their own studies of, oops, sorry, of the DOK, but just whenever you can get out of the understanding and move into more complex, how can the knowledge be used? You are really helping students. That cognitive rigor, sometimes we reserve that for tests and big lab days, and don't reserve it. Rigor is our best friend because it makes, like Dr. Hamilton said, it makes the students do the work, and it really is what pushes the questioning and the feedback. And so one last thing I do want to say is these are designed, and the comparison matrix are designed to move us from two common methods of feedback to two advanced methods. And so as teachers, what are the two kinds of feedback that we use all the time? Like, we are so masterful at two forms of feedback with our students. Do you know what they are? Or can you guess?
Return demonstration.
Will you say that again, Donna?
Return demonstration.
Okay, we do a lot of that, right? A lot of demonstration. And so if you think about you're moving into the good feedback, so I'm going to pause and just say, so two of them that we do a lot are correction. Like, we make corrections all the time to students, right? And we so in a demonstration you do a lot of correction, but we also do evaluation. And so one of the reasons that I always try to encourage people to pull away from grading and de-emphasize grading is because students don't need much more corrective and evaluative. What they need is what happens in a demonstration, and that is descriptive feedback and directive feedback. And so if you watch those teams do the 2x2 matrix, you can see that they were very deliberate in their feedback to each other, and they're building their understanding together. And so when you can get students describing and directing students to move in a different direction, that is going to really serve us well to get into this strategic thinking. So thank you for unmuting, Donna, and thank you for the break group discussions, everybody. So another one that we don't have time to do today, but I would highly encourage you all to use is, it can be, it's officially called in the world of Stanford design thinking, an error analysis protocol. I call it faulty logics or punch the holes in it. I have different names for it. Name it whatever you want. But if you have not yet had students read case studies or watch do-it-yourself videos and find the mistakes and then really work a lesson around that, I would highly encourage you to. Students love certain things. They love to criticize and find fault. Unfortunately, it's just true, right? I think it's probably true for all of us. They love gross they love shocking, they love interesting. And so the more you can find in your area, somebody earlier, I think it was Jason, must be an AV teacher. Jason, are you an AV teacher? Might have lost him. But if you're teaching audio, video, or TV production or something in those lines, you can have them look at amateur videos and try to find as many mistakes as possible. I have an electrical teacher who this is one of the students' best lessons every week or every year is once he goes through all of the safety, he shows them this do-it-yourselfer, and his video is him teaching his wife to wire. And there are so many mistakes in the video. And so the teacher can really see the progression of learning by what all the students notice, from the color of the wire, the type of ladder, the material the ladder's made out of, what she's wearing, what she's not wearing that she's supposed to be. And so I threw this slide in because this is a great thinker that incorporates reading, listening, speaking, and writing as well. And so now we're going to go through.
Hey, Sandra.
Yes.
On that, what we do is we do a live morning show, and immediately afterwards, we have a debrief in which they comment on what they like and what we can make better. We also, after a major production, will go through and self-analyze what they did. They'll explain what the problem was behind why there was a bad camera movement or what have you. And then we talk about what do we do to make sure that that doesn't happen again. And it's those type of things that are pretty cool.
Right. And I really appreciate you saying that, because do you see that you were talking about what's the meaningful part? And it's the descriptive and the directive feedback, right? So you don't ever give each other a C or a B plus. You start talking about, describe what you saw and help us direct it to be better. Right? Yes. And so that's what I'm trying to get at, is being like stepping back and seeing how am I using feedback and how am I teaching students to give feedback to each other. Sorry, the sun just came out and it's really sunny. But I'm not complaining because somewhere it's getting 2 feet of snow today, I think. So here are some examples when you step into the W of the twirls, and that is we could have a whole 2-hour session, I think, on note taking and what is powerful, but guided notes versus sketch notes, any kind of notes that you're doing to, like with pre-built frames to help students, report writing, storyboard, prototyping, which we practice, and then empathy maps. And empathy maps go into that perspective that I was trying to point out when we were doing the 2x2. But really just thinking about writing to learn instead of learning to write. And what is it that you're using in your class that is encouraging students to develop their writing skills, and maybe in, not necessarily a traditional format. Again, honing in on your own students and matching what you're teaching to the type of writing is very helpful for them. Another thing, going back to the neuron, when you think about that neuron demonstration, and we talked about that space that exists between all neurons called the synapse. When we talk about firing, it's really interesting to note that how many of you know something about dopamine at this point, right? Yeah, it's the most talked about neurotransmitter, I think. And it used to be just about motivation, like everything you are motivated to do comes from dopamine. And now we know it's much more complicated than that. But it is a great source of that. And so when you think about that surge that happens, and I said earlier, when you make a mistake, you get double neuron firing. You also, unfortunately, can have what's called habituation. And habituation is the opposite. habituation is like, it's that flatlining that you're getting really no surge of neuroactivity, not even like a little bit of dopamine or serotonin. And that happens when you're in autopilot. Like I live in the kind of town that Walmart is at the end of the main road. And whenever I get on the main road, if I'm not paying attention, where does my car always end up? Walmart. And so if you think about yourself, how many times have you gotten to school in the morning, parked your car and thought, geez, I haven't even been paying attention like the last 6 minutes. So, we do things as survival. Our brain helps us. But for students, sometimes I think by the time they get to us, not only have they learned to stop asking questions, they also have heard the same thing so many times that I believe there are certain words that we use that cause the flat line of neurotransmitter. One of those, and I don't know, you correct me if I'm wrong. If you think I'm wrong, I'm always open to listening to you. I think when we say, here's a worksheet, that students are really getting like, ooh, I cannot wait. Give me that worksheet. I can't wait to do that. Or define these terms, write this essay. So one of the things I want you just to think about is, how do I approach the writing? And if you said to students, we're going to learn how to empathy map today, nobody is going to shut that down because they don't even know what it is largely, or writing a storyboard, or looking at like, what are 6 different ways of teaching students to do notes so that students can figure out what works for them. So I won't belabor this. I will just say that, like prototyping, I would try to prototype every 2 weeks if I could go back and get in the classroom again, because it's crucial to like a different form of writing, and you're teaching students just to bring things to life. So reading tools, we cannot say enough about case studies. And, when I started this morning, I started with the age of acceleration, and I would be remiss to say, if you're not using AI yet, to find some cool case studies, or even to say, Carrie, were you or were Carrie or Heather, who had the mysterious case of the dog at midnight? Who was that?
That was
that
me.
you, Carrie? That was you. So let's say that I was teaching that and I wanted to go into AI, and I would say, can you pull or make up a case study that is just 2 paragraphs long that would get students to think differently about chapter 4 in this book? Boom. See what comes out. And then it is, I'm not kidding. I have used the case study with AI for so many classes. Cosmetology, I know there's a couple of you on here. Cosmetology, I have done, give me 6 case studies of infections that have led to lawsuits for cosmetology studios. And one was like a microderm, one was a pedi. You can be specific, but if you're not using AI yet, to find some case studies, cannot encourage you enough, because it's just another little way of incorporating a reading that's different than what I normally associate with how we're doing class. And then we had discussed earlier annotation and numbered heads, which cannot tell you, encourage you enough to do that. And then technical guides, and then project briefs. And so reviewing those short summaries and then learning how to do a project brief is a definite helpful skill of the future. And I'm going to come back to that because I want to make sure that we get to this. So the listening set. So down here, I have the 30-second talk about, and it is linked to the vlog that I told you. So if you're somebody who's thinking about trying that 30-second talk about, there's a video of me using it with some early learning students, early childhood education students. It is, it's definitely something you should try. Post-test reflections. I don't know how much you do that already, but listening to students talk about their performance on a test is another descriptive type of feedback. Doing sound bites, doing critique circles, and then interviews. And speaking tools. And so when you think about gallery walks, lightning talks, think, pair, share, stand-up meetings, and again, the 30-second talk about, does anyone do any of these speaking tools regularly right now?
Yeah, I do gallery walks, but I do it as just critiques. So anytime a student, I teach visual graphic design, video production, photography. Anytime the kids have a project, I always make them share what they've done, like share their project, what tools they used, what did they improve on, what did they do really well, and then their classmates, their peers will also share what they thought that person did well with. So we do that for every project because I want them to be able to present their work, defend their work, and like as they go through college or whatever job they have, they will be more comfortable presenting in front of people.
I could not agree with you more, Steph. And I think so. One of the powerful pieces that I hear you saying with that is that's your routine, right?
Mm-hmm.
Students know by the end of this, I'm going to defend this and I'm going to critique it for my peers.
Yeah, they get upset when I decide to not do that. And then I'm like, all right, fine, we'll do it. We'll do a critique.
Oh, that's funny. So there are times where you want to pull away from it and they make you go back. I love that. I'm going to show you something real quick. Am I still on share screen? Can you still see my screen? Right?
No.
No?
No.
No. Sorry.
You've got some comments while you're looking for that, though.
Okay, go ahead.
Scott said that when they did STEM, they did elevator pitches. And Bethany said she was familiar with that. Jason said stand-ups are done every day to reiterate the production schedules and progress made on ongoing editing projects. And Amanda said, I actually do think, pair, share, because as teachers, we often skip the amount of think time our brains need to process before collaborating.
I love that.
Amanda, I need that all the time. I need triple the time to process.
Yeah, you can tell when I'm jumping from slide to slide or screen to screen, I need time to process. Yeah, because it's always about time. I really appreciate that comment because it is for our students as well. It is just about the time. But I wanted to say, in the world of taking quarrels and making it a whole lesson, I want to go back to what Stephanie said because sometimes, and I don't know if you have reached this, if you've done this yet, Stephanie, but to me, sometimes you can do a client pitch in such a way that it hits all 5 elements. And so my friend, the graphic design teacher, does exactly like that, Steph, and it is the most powerful tool. I am always encouraging people to follow her lead. And so I just put this silly little Google image on here of a client pitch, and our classroom is not state of the art. This is a tan wall that looks older and is full of nonsense and cameras and screens. And then our business partners come in and they are more Fort Wayne than New York City. And our students are standing in front of an easel very similar to this or what they have worked on. But the client pitch is the same. And it's a student in front of their peers or even companies that you can invite in. So when we started the day, I chose insight and I talked about the power of a client pitch. And for Steph, it's easy because there's always somebody in the community who wants a logo, right? You can find a partner to come in and pitch it. We had a guy, Jeff Dodge Racing from Indianapolis, who came in and challenged students. He said, I'm a Christian who owns an excavating company and a race car company, and I want one logo for all three things. And he talked about his passions and showed kids all kinds of things from his YouTube. And then he left and he came back 2 weeks later. And when he came back, every student did like my little picture here. They all took him into the room and did their pitch. He went home for a week, came back and said, I want to use this part of Sandy's and this part of Steph's. So I want you two to work together. It was the most authentic, relevant client work that I'd seen in a while. And that you talk about the rigor of thinking, and then the students had to do everything with language, and they had to think, and they had to read, and they had to really intently view some of his videos to get it all figured out. And so developing a routine like that, or thinking about whatever it is that you teach, who are community partners that you are not yet inviting in, and how can you really change your curriculum by doing that? I would say that I really appreciate you sharing that, because I couldn't agree more. Does anybody else do a client pitch that is a part of like a standard lesson that you do, or a routine? Or can you think of a way you might use that?
I use it in my class. I teach like a presentation class, and well, it's an AP like class, but a big part of it is presentations. But at the beginning of the year, we have kids do an elevator pitch where they pitch why their like partner should be in the class because they were like recommended. So they have to come up with reasons on like why that person is a strong candidate for the AP seminar class.
Oh, does that work for you then to get your class going too?
Yeah, so like they're all really nervous at the beginning to present. So this is like an easy way to kind of jump into that. And it has to be short, and then they have to like note some of the positives of other people because they have to choose groups that they want to work with. So it's a good beginning of the year task.
Oh, I really like that. Thank you. That's great. Does anyone do a straight gallery walk or lightning talk?
I kind of do something very, very close to a straight gallery walk. When I do literature circles and I have my students reading just a piece of a story, then they go around in the order of the story, and whoever created the pictures and the things that we have up has to discuss what's going on in the story, and then they move to the next chapter and they move through so that they can experience the whole book in that way.
And is it something that students find pretty engaging? I mean, can you tell by their interest level and their participation level?
Yes, for the most part, they do find it fairly engaging. It depends on the story that we're doing. It depends on how interested they are in that content and all that kind of stuff. But for the most part, I think they like it because they feel like they're doing less work because they're not necessarily having to read the whole book from cover to cover.
Right.
However, they're actually doing more work inside each chapter because they're really annotating and really digging into it on a deeper level than we would if they were attempting to read the whole book during class or through class.
I like that when you can trick them into not even realizing that they're doing all the thinking. Good job. I like that. Very fair. I will say that if you're a CTE teacher or a content area teacher on the call, a stand-up meeting, I put this on here because this was a real interesting lesson to me. In your area of Ohio, wherever you are any of you being encouraged in the summer to do an externship with like a local company or somebody that might connect to your curriculum? Does anybody have that?
Yeah, we're encouraged to
Have you
do
ever
that.
done it, Steph?
I have not. We throughout the school year, this year in particular, we're working with Local 12. It's a local news network here. And they come into the classroom twice a month and work with our students, but then also work with myself, and I have a co-teacher. So that's kind of, I guess, our externship, but I'm always reaching out to friends that are in the field currently and asking them like, hey, can I come shadow you? Or besides you just coming in the classroom, like what can I do? What are some tools that I should learn that are like, important for the field now? And that's something I want to push myself to do more of, just so I
Yeah.
can stay relevant in the field. So I'm teaching, skills that are going to actually help my students and not be old news, right? Like keep it relevant for
No.
them.
No, and and that is one of the reasons I start with that whole age of acceleration. I just don't think it can be emphasized enough that if you're not getting out there, you really don't know how rapidly the face of industry and businesses and community groups are changing. And so we had some students that were interning with a local software development company, and they were coding students. And so now we don't even have coding anymore. But back when coding was still a skill and not an AI tool, we had students that were coding, and they encouraged my teacher to come in the first 2 weeks of summer and just do an externship with them. And I remember, like, I was so humbled the first time I stopped to see our interns in action. They were doing, they were in a meeting, and he said, "Oh, they're in the cloud architect meeting." Okay, so this is like 2016, and it went right over my head. And he said, "Do you want to step in?" And I said, "Oh, I do, because I have no idea what a cloud architect meeting would be like." But one of the practices that the company did every single morning was this huge, like, warehouse style room. They did what they called it a scrum, which is what the industry for IT calls it. But it's just a stand-up meeting where every group of people quickly said, "This is what we're working on today. Here's the trouble we had yesterday. This is the progress we made." And it seems like a nothing unless you think of it like, we had talked about earlier with her routine. When it becomes a part of a routine for setting, Steph had the expectation, you're going to talk about your work. And this is the same thing. This is an expectation. You're going to talk about your work. And it's just a completely different way. This is a set up the day. That is a critique when you're done with a project. But all of it is that accountability to listen to your peers, accountability to talk about your work, and then to give descriptive and directive feedback and ask those probing questions. And so I hope that you can see the T, the W, the R, the L, and the S as separate entities. And I tried to give you, 6 good ones that fall under each, but then also, like, how do I take them all together? Any thoughts about this before I move forward? You guys are doing great. We have about 25 minutes, and I have enough to fill it. So actually, I'm starting to think, how am I going to, what do I want to share? So you all have the slideshow. So these prompts are just to get us thinking. So I'm going to skip by those. And so we've hit a lot of these. And with design thinking models, I want to see. I want to get to this I'm going to come back. I'm sorry. Okay. So when you think about embracing a design thinking model, this is all over Google and AI, and it comes from Stanford. And I had the privilege of working with a man named Victor, who was he owns a company that's called the Experience Institute in Chicago. And he opened my eyes to really lesson designing in a whole different way, and as far away from giving me the cookie recipe as possible. But if you take a look at this visual, the most important part is not the 6 steps. The most important part is, do you see all of these little connector lines at the top and at the bottom? So don't get trapped. One of my biggest phrases is flexibility within a frame. So just thinking about the design thinking process is a great lens for how can you reshape what you're teaching to make it just a little bit more of a rigorous thinking activity, to make it more collaborative, to teach students how to learn, to teach students to rely on one another. So you have the framing of a question, the gathering of inspiration, generating ideas, making ideas tangible, test to learn, and then for the almighty alpha generation, sharing it out. Like how are we sharing out our work? And so I would just challenge you to think about, I'm just going to tell you a real story around this. And I'm going to say, if there is something that you lecture heavy on because you don't think students can figure it out for themselves, that to me is the one you should start with on embracing design thinking. And I wanted to share this story with you. So I had a teacher when I was the instructional coach that taught engine systems. So I don't know if there's any automotive people on the call or not, but this is what you're seeing in these 3 photos is a year and a half of me as the instructional coach trying to encourage this teacher to do this. And so when we were working together, I kept saying, your approach is great, but you do an hour and a half straight lecture, and then you go to the lab for an hour. And I think it's a lot for students to absorb without really constructing meaning. So he finally, after a year, he teaches this every semester, so it's 3 semesters in. He calls me and says, you know what, Sandy, let's try your method. Let's try grouping them to see. And so every one of the groups got a different ignition system. And the question that was framed was very simple. It was like, how does this ignition system work? And so the goal, they have a partner, or in this group, we did 3 because 3 is the magic number. And then we said all group members research the topic and compare notes to present to the class. So the steps were use the textbook, the internet, any kind of, some kids had headphones with YouTube videos, figure out the key functions of the process, explain how the parts relate to each other, assign roles and collaborate so that there's a diagram and that you can explain the process, and then be ready to present. So one of the things that makes this so beautiful is that the teacher always did an essay when they were all done. Like 3 days later, the kids all had to write an essay. And so when he finally said, bring some of the graphic or the butcher paper, and we also included this large linear flow and a cyclical flow chart. We put parts out in the room. And now remember, it's not just any lesson. This is the lesson that the teacher refused to turn over to students because he didn't think they could ever figure it out. Now, did they figure it out perfectly? No, but that's not the point. The point is they figured it out enough so that they were confused, so that they had neural firing, so they had curiosity, so that when they did the presentations, he was able to probe question after question at them so that they had to develop their own thinking as like in real time. And so you can see from this, the book, it's like a 20-pound book. And then this little physical tool is just an individual whiteboard, which I cannot say enough about. If you're not using those, that is number 1 tool. And then they had this kind of a reading. They had this reading. They had iPad here with headphones. And the first time we did this, he wanted me to be there. And it was 50 minutes of working through it. And they were all on task. And he just went from space to space, inquiring, probing. And I have to tell you that I know that it's hard to facilitate, like how Jody had modeled that for us, because he kept coming over to me and saying, I feel like I should be doing more. I feel like I should be doing more. And I said, that's okay, because you are just letting the students figure it out, and you still have a vital role. So it's hard sometimes as teachers to step back. But I'm curious if any of you have something that you have done similar where you just thought, you know what, I used to use a lot of direct instruction, or something that you currently, I have a lot of direct instruction around this, but I will just create a quick little guide, not tell them step by step how to do it, but just what you want in the end, and then watch them work and then probe for deeper understanding when they get done. So I guess to the whole group, is there any comments to that, or?
I'm just wondering about the graphic organizers. Is that something you created to give them to support them in their process?
Yes. And so Heather, I can share with you in the book, but I'm not a reading teacher. The first section of the book is all about technical vocabulary. The second section is all about productive talk and how to encourage or how to get more productive talk out of your students. And so one of the easiest ways that I have ever found is to think about what you're teaching and figure out a graphic organizer that fits that. And it can be a real asset to making the learning more active in your classroom. We even had an opportunity in a different automotive class, but similar concept. He used a cause and effect organizer that I had created, and then he would put, so here's the cause. This is the one cause. And then we had it on an organizer where there would be like 4 different possible effects. Students would write in the 4 different effects, and then he would call an effect, and then he would have another student say, okay, so if that's the cause, this is the effect. How do you diagnose that? And then it was really just a great way that students were standing up, they were interacting, but all through the frame of the graphic organizer. So if that's something you want, you can email me after. And if you have the book, they're all in there. And I was a teacher for 14 years. So the But I'm Not a Reading Teacher book is literally made so that you can photocopy all of the graphic organizers and just use them, because there's nothing worse than deciding you want to use one and then not being able to get it to print to the right size. Personally, it was always a pain point.
Thank you.
And anyone else? But I love resting it all on that concept of productive talk, because kids have no problem talking unless they're buried in their phone. But the productive talk is the essence of what we're trying to get. You know, it really did surprise me. I remember, like it was yesterday, there were only 2 students who chose the parts, like to go over and handle the parts as they were trying to figure the process out. And I thought a lot of students would. So, you know, I mean, we're not all tactile, and it did give me a just kind of an appreciation for, you know, what you think might happen is not always what happens. I will say then, every semester since, he has never gone back to, and this has been years, and he has never gone back to lecturing. And the essays, the quality of the essays have continually improved. And if you are a train the trainer or a consultant on the call, this is old data, and we don't even talk ECA anymore. Now we all say certifications. But the productive talk strategies and the use of more technical vocabulary strategies that we are talking about today, this is really where I really bought into all of it. And that is that we had been constantly right in this range of 62, 64% in certifications. And then we realized in 2014, what about students with special learning needs? And we started disaggregating. And the first time we disaggregated, we were shocked that only 38%. And even when you looked at it on an individual teacher basis, it really became evident that some people were really struggling to lift the special learners up, those special population groups. And with the focus we continually improved, and I should update this, but this is just a snapshot in time of when one entire staff was really dedicated to getting the productive talk and sharing their best practices. So I would encourage your team to really share best practices, name what you're doing so that you can share it. I mean, that's crucial. And I think when you track the data, you get a lot more buy-in from people when they start to see this shift.
Yeah, this is Jody. You know what, when you're talking, yeah, when you're talking about this section, what it really reminds me of, like, we have all those graphic organizers, and a lot of the folks on the call are really trying to figure out how do we make content accessible for students with disabilities. And also too, is when I look at those graphic organizers, I kind of think the same thing. How do we make those graphic organizers the tool that we teach the student to manage, organize their material? But potentially by the time they're in high school, those just become strategies the students are able to take to them, to the career tech, to their jobs, things like that, helping the student learn how to manage their thinking to be able to, have that productive talk and be able to, access the curriculum.
Yeah, I have found that when you are working with students that, like I was talking about with the Shannon earlier, how I have those juniors that read at the second grade level. Graphic organizers are invaluable to students who are struggling, and I cannot encourage you enough. Yeah, I completely agree with what you said, Jody. And then, so again, if you can think about these 6 steps in the design, you do not have to approach this sequentially. The reason that these are up here is think about, like, what is a question I can frame to students? And, like with you guys, when I said, how do you make a self-filling water bottle? I didn't even have you gather inspiration. I went right to generate your ideas and then let's make it tangible. And, we're not in an actual science class, but the test to learn would have been very fun. That cosmetology lesson that you were sharing earlier, you could do a lot around test to learn with that. And then, but even the gathering inspiration is your moment to find out, where do they go for inspiration? When we were talking about connecting to our learners. And so this is an example of, this is our question. And then here are 2 others. So, and these may not particularly even apply whatsoever to your content area, but how can we launch a campaign to teach senior citizens how to use an iPad? How can we convince grocery shoppers to use reusable bags instead of plastic bags? What you're doing is just generating a question that's going to launch them into their own literacy, finding out, and collaborating to come up with solution. So just rethinking about the content that you teach and what you can do around that is really what I would like to just challenge you to do as you move forward. And again, anything that you want from today, you can email me directly, and I highly encourage you. Fortunately, Stanford Design Thinking, there are so many free resources available to you. I highly encourage you to go and look into that. And so so this is my challenge, be adaptable, take initiative, cultivate relationships, and I have think like Pink, design like Frank, and I'm not sure if anybody knows what I mean by that, but that is what I will leave you with. So Daniel Pink is the first nationally known Daniel Pink was a lawyer who then became an author and a researcher, and he spoofs that he has a lawyer's brain, but he is the one that said carrot and stick is no way to motivate students. That the one core takeaway from Daniel Pink, he wrote Drive. Do you remember the book Drive years ago? He says that all you need for an active really intense class is some appropriate challenge and interesting material. So take what you're doing, make sure that you're giving it to students in a way that's interesting and curiosity provoking. And then how is the challenge that you're giving them challenging enough to make me a little discomforting, but not so discomfortable that I just made that word up, so uncomfortable that I don't want to accept the challenge. That's the art of Daniel Pink. So think like Pink. And then design like Frank. I'm going to have you do this as your exit activity. Sometime when you don't have anything to do, Google Frank Gehry. He is an architect. And well, actually, who's the Cleveland people? He has the building at Case. Who's in here from Cleveland? I forgot about that. Yeah. Do you know what I'm talking about, Christopher? Have you seen it in person? Yeah. Is it quite fascinating?
Yeah, it's very interesting looking.
I just remembered that you're Ohio. I was like, wait a minute. Yeah, I've always wanted to drive up to Case and see it because Fort Wayne, it's only like 5 hours.
No,
But
it's crazy. It's crazy looking.
yeah. And so I've written a couple of papers in my first 2 books. I talk about Frank. So I try never to talk about him again because you can't, keep using the same resources. But Frank Gehry caught a lot of criticism because he does not use blueprints. So when somebody wants the blueprints of one of his buildings, even the interiors, if he does sometimes he just does the facades, but sometimes he has entire structures. So my paper was called Models, Not Blueprints. And it's my whole, get away from that Nestle Toll House recipe and just give kids the freedom to think. And Frank Gehry is the #1 motivator for me. So think like Pink, design like Frank, and you can't go wrong. So thank you. That concludes our session. The hybrid session.
Awesome. Thanks, Sandra. Really appreciate it. Somebody's going to put in for you folks that need a certificate of attendance. There is a link right there to give us some feedback. Let us know how we did. We appreciate your patience with trying to do a little hybrid session. We're glad that Sandy was willing to dive in with us as well. There's a lot of support staff here, but if you have any questions, now's the time. We have Sandy here. If you have questions, or as I know, a lot of our folks have been looking at the book, like if there's a question, like how would you utilize that? Now's the time we have her kind of captured. So let's capitalize on having her there.
And if anybody wants, I have the ability to order some half price of the Fluent work. If you want to see that, you can just email me, or if you have any questions or need any services down the road, just email me. It's on the front slide. And please feel free to make a copy of your slide and just try to encourage everyone to share best practices. So thank you, everyone. Thank you, Melissa and Jody. And is Alicia on here? Yes.
You mean Stacia?
Yeah, sorry, Stacia. I'm sorry.
I think I saw Stacia earlier.
I'm just going to realize we left her out. Thank you, everyone. Have a great Tuesday. It's Tuesday, right? Yes, Tuesday.
Yeah. And for those of you guys in my region in 13 and the Butler, Warren, Claremont, Hamilton counties, I have a few books left over from our in-person session. And then I'm also willing to create one of the kind of class packs that Sandra mentions in her book that you might need to implement some of these strategies in your classroom with whiteboards, the little mini whiteboards and things like that. So if you're interested in that, shoot me an email so I can see what we can afford. And if I can do it for more than one, I'll be happy to, but we've got a little bit of money left that I'm happy to spend on this to help you guys start implementing some of these in your classrooms.
And I think that anybody, there's a lot of consultants from different regions. If you have additional questions or need some supports, that's what we're here for. Reach out to, there's Melissa, there's Julie, there's Chris Canan, there's Chris Kalina, there's myself, there's Julie Frankel, there's Radisha. There's a lot of us on here, without looking at the table right now. Melinda's on. I know that I have some great staff here that also reach out to us. This is what we love to do. We love to be out in schools helping you folks. And I think Sandy really makes it applicable to what we're doing in a career tech. Students, they need to be able to talk it. They need to be able to write it, listen to it, speak it so that they can become productive citizens and get those jobs so pay the bills.
We'll hang on here for a few minutes if you've got questions or you just want to take a minute and put your get your link finished for your feedback. And then I'm also putting a Padlet link in here too. It will, like I said, the video will be up later this week. Jody will send it to me and then I'll get it up into YouTube and make sure it meets all the qualifications to be on YouTube. And then I'll get it rendered and put it back out.
Oh, certificates will be emailed.
You have to do the feedback to get the certificate though. And let me show you real quick. This is what the Padlet looks like so far. I've got the slide decks here. Whoops, it's frozen. There we go. PDF a slide deck to make a copy, then the comparison matrix. I'll put the recording here. And then different things that people shared are in the chat here. Some of the videos that Sandra shared are there. The feedback survey, and then a couple suggested books are here as well. I need to grab the Daniel Pink and one too.
You guys have anything? Questions?
Oops. Nice job with the Padlet.
You're welcome. Thanks. It's
I love that. That's great.
A nice, easy way to capture things that people might need for a meeting. It's all in one spot.
Yeah. Yeah, will you share that with me as well? I'm always
absolutely.
Yeah. I forgot Padlet was like a cornerstone of surviving COVID, and I don't know why I stopped using it.
And really now they've upgraded so many things. There's so many different things you can do with it. So
no, I'm writing that down. Thank you, Melissa. Always learn. Never hurts. I was just in a presentation and they used Menti, MENTI.com. And that was great.
Yeah, I haven't used Menti in a while, but I do like it. I think you can have free mentees going, but I think you can only ask 2 to 3 questions in each free mentee. So if you're using it like for a day like today, you would have to have a couple different links, but it's doable. And for me, I use the free one because I don't use it as often.
Right, right.
But it's fun to have a variety of tools to use.
Yeah, no, it's so nice to have a variety. You're very, very true.
Oh, you know what? We totally forgot to say. I'll say it in the email. But next week, Sandra's going to be with us for an hour and a half for 2 days. You can come to both sessions or one session. Do you want to tell them what we need from them to do that?
Well, I was just going to challenge people to use some activities or to think about designs and then come to that virtual session and we will do some direct feedback and help people with the next steps. And that really came out of Melissa and I realizing that when I shared that data, that 4-year, 5-year data snippet, what really happened in the first year was everyone was learning, but no one had the impetus to do. And so I've learned the hard way, like with my friend Bob, the auto teacher who took a year and a half to trust me to try that. Sometimes it is just hard to jump in and try something new in front of students and make yourself vulnerable. So that was us saying, like, we're willing to work with you on an extended activity. So please, yeah, join one of those 2 sessions. Oh, Melissa, I forgot as well. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm kicking myself right now, but I'll send it out in the follow-up email. They're going to be March 4th. We have it after school, 3 to 4:30, and then on the 5th we have it around lunchtime, 10:30 to 12. So you can come to both. We might have different discussions going on, or you can come to one, whatever works for you. But just a little follow-up for anyone who wants to send Sandra a question to think about through, or if you just have questions after you've reflected too about how to really start implementing some of these strategies.